You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. It's 11 o'clock, and I really appreciate you joining us here today. I'm Garrett Weimer. I can't remember if I said that or not. Things are just a little out of sorts this morning. We've been juggling a lot of different things here, and we are tracking some breaking news as well. Let me give you an update here. I'm going to pull up this on our website on fox35orlando.com. You can also access it, of course, in the Fox Local app, but we're tracking breaking international news where Iranian state media are reporting that a U.S. fighter pilot ejected from their aircraft after it was hit earlier today over southern Iran. So here's the details as we know them right now. From our website, again, fox35orlando.com. A U.S. pilot ejected after fighter jet hit, Iran says. So I'm going to scroll down a little bit here, try to make it so that it's not jarring for you. But there's still a lot we don't know. This is according to local news media in Iran, saying that that fighter jet was hit and that the pilot or pilots ejected from the aircraft. Still a lot of questions about their condition, their whereabouts. There's a lot we don't know right now. We're also citing a New York Times report that Central Command has several task forces set up in the event that they would need to execute a search and rescue for any troops that may be shot down. So again, still a lot of questions right now about this, but we are monitoring that. Want to let you know we'll be keeping a close eye on any statements or updates or confirmation from the United States that comes in. We are watching that. Meanwhile, here's a little bit of context for you also in the story on fox35orlando.com that earlier this week, the U.S. sent thousands of troops to the Middle East, as well as a ship, the USS George H.W. Bush, 3 destroyers that were sent to the Middle East. Carrier strike group consisting of more than 6,000 sailors, the majority of them part of a rotation of forces, but some that are about 1,500 paratroopers that the Trump administration had decided to surge into that region last week. So again, this is on fox35orlando.com. Right now, the details as we know them, still a developing story, still a lot coming in. As I said, still a lot we don't know right now, and we're working to learn some more, and we're keeping our eyes peeled from CENTCOM, the Secretary of the Department of War, and others, waiting for more confirmation on this story from the U.S. because those initial reports, as we said, are coming in from Iranian state-affiliated media. So just wanted to let you know that's where things stand this morning, and we will keep you updated on that story throughout the day here on Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look right now over downtown Orlando. You can see Lake Eola. You see those clouds, bit of a cloudy start in some areas here across Florida on this Friday. Now, let me give you a look at some of the other views, because that is not the case everywhere right now. This is a live look at, hold on, I have this wrong source routed. I want to give you a live look at Port Canaveral as well. And sunny skies there. You see the clouds on the horizon there. Several ships in port right now as well. Wouldn't be a bad weekend to head out on a cruise, maybe. Maybe that's how you're spending your Easter weekend. We want you to let us know how you are spending your Easter weekend. Maybe you've got some plans. Maybe you got family in town. Maybe you're in town with family here, or whatever your plans may be. Let us know if you're watching on YouTube or on Facebook right now. Just drop us a line in the chat. Let's also give you a live look right now at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. How good does that look right now? We also know there is a risk of some rip currents out there, so something to certainly be aware of. You got to be safe out there. That is certainly nothing to play around with when you're talking about the rip current. So along the coast, things are looking sunny. Things are looking pretty nice. But here, a little more inland, definitely cloudier. Here's a live look over I-Drive right now on this Friday morning in the tourist district, and traffic moving along there on I-Drive. But again, a little bit cloudier. And let me give you a live look from our the tower cam here in Lake Mary, where traffic not moving along quite as great. At least if you're heading westbound, that's that spot that we often see traffic, but looks a little heavier than normal even at this 11 o'clock hour. So maybe folks hitting the roads, getting an early start if they are doing a little bit of traveling, or maybe heading somewhere fun, heading to see some family on this Easter weekend. So let me see if we've got any other good views that I can give you right now. I think that's kind of the best we've got right now as far as an assortment of different views. You can see the sun is shining here, but that there is still some cloud cover here in Lake Mary, north of Orlando in Seminole County. So that is where things stand there. And let's take you to Houston right now. Well, this is actually showing previously recorded, but we know that the Artemis mission is continuing right now. Going to work on getting the live views from Orion for you. That is, they've been live streaming. NASA has been live streaming the views from Orion, and they have been something to see. Now, right now, it looks like that feed is down. They're not sending anything out. There are some issues from time to time if there's a loss of signal, or if they're needing to use that bandwidth for other mission activities. But we have seen some great views coming in from Artemis. In fact, this is not a live feed here, but I am going to show this to you anyway, just because it gives you a little bit of an idea of what we've seen. So this was earlier today coming from Artemis, and you can see, you know, that's a view that we often see of the moon here on Earth, but that is the Earth in crescent form. So really cool to see kind of that vantage point, and seeing some of the images as well that NASA has put out just in the past couple of days since Artemis II lifted off from Florida's Space Coast. Just some absolutely incredible images, including, let me show you this one. I'm just going to pull them up on Twitter right now so that you can see them. But they are absolutely breathtaking and high definition images. So here is the first one I want to show you. This one, kind of showing you that similar view there, but just the view of Earth from that Orion capsule, and what those astronauts are seeing. You may know last night they did their TLI burn, the translunar injection burn, so they are now officially heading toward the moon, leaving Earth's orbit, and seeing the moon. And this is the things they saw. I mean, look at that. Look at that. It's just breathtaking in a lot of ways. And NASA's post on social media here saying, "We see our home planet as a whole lit up in spectacular blues and browns. A green aurora even lights up the atmosphere." You can see that kind of near the top and near the bottom of that image as well. And then you say that's us together watching as our astronauts make their journey to the moon. So you can't wait to see more of these images that come out from the Artemis crew that's getting the chance to head toward the moon. Again, they'll be there in the next few days, Monday, so they've got still several days ahead. Coming up at noon, we're going to be speaking with Dr. Don Platt, who is a professor at Florida Tech. He's the director of the Spaceport Education Center, and we're going to be talking with him about what's been going on with Artemis, where they are now, the steps that have been taking place after that TLI burn last night that set them on the course to head to the moon. What's going to happen over the weekend, over the next couple of days? How are things going to change for them as they get closer to the moon and then eventually venture back home after that? A 10-day journey in all, and they are well on their way right now. So a lot of exciting things happening with that Artemis mission, and we're going to talk much more about that coming up in just a little bit. I want to let you know a couple of other things that we've got coming up later today. At the bottom of the hour, we're going to be talking with an expert from the National Cybersecurity Alliance. They are joining us to talk about tax scams. Let me look, today's the 13th, 12 days away, less than 2 weeks now from the tax deadline. Have you done your taxes yet? Maybe that's a poll question for us. If you've filed your taxes yet, or if you're putting those off until the last minute. I did mine, was it last weekend? Maybe the weekend before. I think it was last weekend that I did it. Glad to get done with that and have that out of the way. But there are things you need to know, because as the deadline gets closer, scams also ramp up. something you always have to worry about, but especially as the urgency kind of increases with that deadline nearing. So we're going to be talking with the National Cybersecurity Alliance about what you need to know about those hack scams and really how AI has changed the game and really made things a lot scarier when it comes to some of those scams. So we're going to have some good information coming up for you at the bottom of the hour. We're also going to be talking with our friends from U-Nation for our regular Friday segment of the Community Crossroads, where we outline several events that are going on around town this weekend, some things that you may want to check out, and also spotlight some new local businesses. And our spotlight today is going to be outdoor activities across Orlando. Things are warming up. We're kind of heading into that summer period here where there may be some things you want to do and get done before things kind of really get hot a little bit later this summer. Also later this afternoon, we're going to be talking about the World Cup. The teams have been finalized. The field has been set. So we're going to preview that and talk about what you can expect with the World Cup coming up later this year. So a lot of excitement for that as well, with games being played here in the United States. And so that's kind of where we are on this Friday. We're also going to be talking, one other thing I forgot to mention, we're also going to be talking about two senators who are launching a probe into what they say is an alleged torture box, essentially, at Alligator Alcatraz, the temporary detainment facility in Southwest Florida. So we're going to be talking about that, what they're looking into, and some of the other things with that coming up in just a little bit. So we've got a lot to get to here on Fox 35 News Plus. We appreciate you joining us today, and we are just getting started. 4.5 hours of live streaming here on Fox Local. Get you through the afternoon, tracking breaking news and developing stories as well on this Friday, April 3rd. So as we go to break here, let me see if I can find a camera that I did not have not shown us yet. Let's go down to Melbourne. Check this one out. This is our Grills Riverside Melbourne camera. And again, beautiful view of the water there on this Friday. Keep it right here. We'll be right back with more Fox 35 News Plus after this. Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson joins me now. And Jess, we've seen some showers this week, and there could be more on the way this weekend.
Yeah, it won't be a washout, I will say that much, but we need the rain, so we'll take it. It's just we don't want it to interrupt Easter egg hunting plans and any sort of Sunday morning services, which as of right now, it looks like the first half of the day should be pretty good. Good. So it won't be all day rain, but the afternoon is when it could get a little damp out there, but it's still scattered. So even today, we could see a stray shower or two, but today and tomorrow will actually be the drier days of the next several. So if you have any sort of plans, I would probably get them done today or tomorrow, because we'll essentially see kind of a copy and paste forecast. So mix of clouds and sun, definitely manageable when it comes to the rain and storm chances, a 10 and 20% chance at times. And really the models have been hinting at a pretty dry afternoon. Most of the rain will hold off to the north and west, closer to say Gainesville, Alachua County through Gilchrist, Dixie, Levy County. So those are going to be the spots that have the better chances of rain, and really west of I-75. Yesterday did overperform a little bit with some of the showers and thunderstorms, but we'll take whatever we can get in terms of that. There was still plenty of dry time in between the showers. So here's how the weekend's shaping up for us. 85 will be our high tomorrow, 10% chance of rain, and then for Sunday we're looking at a high of 86. A little warmer, it'll be a little windier as well, 40% chance of afternoon showers and storms. It'll be warm, a little muggy too, so any sort of sunrise services. By the way, sunrise is 7:11 on Sunday morning. Easy to remember, but we'll see temperatures in the upper 60s from 7 o'clock just before sunrise through 8 a.m., and then we'll see 72 by 9 o'clock. It'll be a little warm and muggy, pretty similar to how it's felt so far this morning, but we'll likely see a little more sunshine. So it's still going to be, I think, quite nice, and it does look mostly dry at this point. It's not until the afternoon hours that we have a higher chance of rain. I will say, if you're maybe heading out to the beaches for some of those sunrise services out at the coast, we could see a few showers try and sneak inland a little ahead of schedule, like what they have been doing like yesterday. Won't be a ton, but we could see some of these showers. I wouldn't cancel your plans. I would just maybe wake up, check the radar, especially if they're happening before sunrise. But this is a look at the radar as we get closer towards 11 o'clock Sunday morning. We'll have some clouds around the area by 2 o'clock. As temperatures heat up, those rain and storm chances will increase as well. Very spotty, patchy to start off with. And then we could see some clusters trying to get going with it looks like a little bit of convergence happening, meaning that we'll have winds kind of colliding, helping to bring with it increasing thunderstorm chances as we get closer though towards sunset. We don't see this pattern too much, just as much more of almost like a summertime setup with the collision of the sea breezes. And that's what's essentially going to be happening Sunday night, giving way to some heavy rain right along inland areas of central Florida, almost smack dab in the middle, right over Orlando, through Seminole County and into northern Osceola. So you can kind of see that there with some clusters. And they'll essentially fizzle out through the overnight before giving way to higher chances of rain and storms by Monday. Monday morning looks to be mostly dry. We'll see another wave of rain though as we head into Monday afternoon and evening with some scattered showers and storms. And then Tuesday looks actually like it's going to be the highest chance of rain for next week at a 60% chance. And we're also going to see a pretty big dip in temperatures. It'll turn windy. Even today is going to be windy too, about 30 to 25 mile per hour gusts. It'll be a little windier near the coast, but temperatures will climb to highs in the mid 70s for Tuesday and Wednesday, even Thursday of next week. And we'll stay on this more active setup too as we head towards next week. So that's why I think if you have outdoor plans today and tomorrow, probably going to be your safer bets. And even for any sort of Easter egg hunting, the kids, they might be breaking a sweat looking for the Easter eggs. I would definitely recommend doing it though by midday, late morning, if possible. Otherwise, you might have to work a little harder to dodge the showers as the kids are outside. But it'll definitely be on the warm side, but we'll cool off nicely. It'll be a lot more comfortable next week in the mid 70s for highs.
Yeah, no washout on the weekend, so that's good because, like you said, there are going to be a lot of outdoor plans and things,
services, and family being in town and eating outdoors, and the dinner time plans might be a little bit more. You might want to just watch the radar closely because we could see some showers.
All right, we'll keep an eye out for that. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson, thanks for joining us. And we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday morning. We've been talking a little bit about Artemis, the crew that is on board the Orion capsule and heading toward the moon. We're going to be talking a little bit more about the science aspect of things, where they're going, how they're doing, and what's next for them coming up in just a little bit. But I want to play for you an interesting conversation last night on Fox News at Night. Trace Gallagher, the host, having the chance to speak with the crew from space. So really cool here. I want to play that conversation for you now.
Integrity, this is Trace Gallagher with Fox News. How do you hear me?
Hey, Trace, we got you loud and clear. How about us?
I've got you loud and clear. I want to explain to the audience that there is a 4-second delay, so there'll be some pause between the questions and the answers. Congratulations. How does it feel to be the first humans to leave Earth's orbit in some 54 years? Is there a difference in Earth's orbit and being outside the orbit?
Well, we are still technically in Earth's orbit, although we did just do our translunar injection burn, and so we are definitely 100% on our way to the moon. The lunar gravity will take over in a couple of days here and start pulling us around the far side. At the end of our translunar injection here about an hour and a half ago, we just really looked at each other, and I know the United States has done this 1968 through 1972, but this is unbelievable that we can put our minds to something and pull it off. This is an unbelievable technical accomplishment.
Yeah, I mean, it really is unbelievable to us. We watched this thing. It was just this flawless launch, and it was unbelievable to watch. And what really fascinates me about this is that you, in a few days, will become the first humans to travel the farthest in space, more than anybody else has ever done. It took us a long time to get back here, and now we're about to exceed that. Is that a moment of pride? Is it a moment of history? How do we feel about that?
It's great you brought that up. We were aware that we would pass that milestone if we happened to launch on this date. There were other days where we wouldn't have necessarily. So we are not necessarily a crew that lives on superlatives, but it is a milestone that's important. It's important that people can understand and wrap their heads around what is the latest in what we're doing. What does this mean relative to what we've done in the past? What are we going to be pushing for into the future? We think that the journey that we've been on and all of our teams have been on with us is so much more than just one number. But we also hope that that number just keeps being exceeded and exceeded by the future crews. That's why we're here, to build a legacy for the future.
You know, it's interesting because yesterday, I mean, this thing went off almost perfectly, right? It was on time. Was that surprising? Because, you know, you look back just in recent history and missions tend to be delayed, sometimes hours, sometimes days. This thing went pretty much according to what everybody was hoping it would do. Was that somewhat surprising when they said we are a go for launch?
Yes. You know, it was surprising. I think we were, you know, we like to say that we're prepared without having an expectation. But, you know, in the back of your mind, you kind of hope you launch. And then when we got really close, it was like, wait, we're getting ready to go to space. And when those solids lit, you know, it was a ride where you're trying to be professional, but the kid inside of you wants to break out and just hoot and holler. But what I wanted to say about that was, our exploration ground systems team, our launch control team, they have had some time to practice since February and March and really dial in their procedures and learn and grow. And so I just want to give them some credit. It was an example of how hard they've been working lately. that we launched, and it even though we didn't get to really watch, but it felt beautiful.
Yeah, they should give themselves a big round of applause because it really, I know it felt beautiful. It certainly looked beautiful. Very quickly, Victor Glover, while I have you on the microphone, we are broadcasting across the nation, but we're focused. We're based in Los Angeles. And I thought since you were from Southern California, maybe you'd like to give a shout out to your friends and family here.
Oh, well, of course. My mom lives there, my grandparents, all the cousins, aunts and uncles, and just everybody in California. Thank you for all of the support and the love for all of these years. So many of my career milestones happened in that special place that will always be home, no matter where the government sends me.
How has it been? Yeah, how has it been on board now for your first night? I know you haven't gotten much sleep. They keep waking you up. They kind of send out the songs they are doing. And I hear, Christina, that you are somehow sleeping upside down or face down. Maybe you can explain that to us.
Sure. Yes, it has been a great couple of days just learning how to live in Orion. And I would love to give a quick shout out to our families before we keep going on with the questions, just because we haven't had a chance to say hi to them. And it's just so great to have had their support building up to the launch. And we miss you guys already. Living in Orion isn't quite the same as being at home with our families, but yes, some of the exciting things are the burns that we do. They kick off with such an acceleration that most things that you see Velcroed around that aren't actually fastened down all fall down to the floor of Orion. But speaking of floors and ceilings, it actually is just all by convention only. There is no difference between up and down. And so, yes, I've been sleeping with my feet there and my head down here, and it's very comfortable. I think I'll probably stay there the whole mission unless someone kicks me out. So we're finding out how to make this space capsule a home.
Interesting stuff, certainly. Unique arrangements, that's for sure. This is a visualization, easy for me to say, of the Orion capsule right now and where things stand. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. And the deadline to file your taxes is coming up soon, just a couple of weeks away, less than a couple of weeks away now. But as that pressure and urgency kind of begins to ramp up, so does the risk of scams. And so joining us live now to talk about this, some of what you need to know about it, how AI has changed the game. We've got Cliff Steinhauer, who's the Director of Information Security with the National Cybersecurity Alliance. Cliff, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Excited to be here, Garrett. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, Orlando native joining us from the Pacific Northwest. So we're happy to have you on, Cliff.
Absolutely.
So the deadline, the tax deadline's coming up. What is it about that, scams, really kind of beginning to ramp up as that deadline gets? Is that just scammers trying to take advantage of people's kind of growing sense of urgency?
Yeah, you nailed it. It's, scammers love to take advantage of our psychology to get us to act in ways that benefit them without, looking out for ourselves. So we tend to miss, red flags and indicators that they might not be who they say they are. So that sense of urgency is one of the biggest things that we look at whenever we talk about, phishing, social engineering, and online scams. So that's really one of the biggest pieces that they're able to take advantage of during this tax time.
And what are some of those latest scams that you guys are seeing?
Yeah, so we commonly see, impersonation. So usually that will sound like the attacker pretending to be the IRS, or they'll pretend to be maybe a advanced tax refund loan program, or they might pretend to be the tax filing service themselves. And so that can look like phishing emails, it can look like phone calls, it can be text messages, or it can be cloned websites or malicious ads on social media. So you can really see these things kind of coming through all different sorts of mediums.
And why are these so convincing? How are they able to be so convincing?
Well, today, attackers have this really helpful tool we call AI. And so with artificial intelligence, they can just write up really convincing backgrounds and stories about who they are and what they need. And the AI will help them do that. So they don't even have to be as creative as they used to be. But what it can also do is it can create entirely fake personas. They can duplicate websites to make them look just like the real thing. So when you get that phishing link, not only is it really well written, there's no misspellings, there's no language barrier whatsoever, but the logos, the font, the everything will look just like it would if it was the legitimate site. So it's super hard to tell when you're looking at something that isn't legitimate or what it purports to be. You layer that in with the sense of authority. So if you have somebody contacting you pretending to be a government agent, they have that built-in authority figure that people are more likely to comply with. And then you have the sense of urgency with the tax deadline, and then the fact that you're dealing with, potentially thousands of dollars either in having to pay taxes or looking for some kind of refund. You kind of have a perfect storm of vulnerability in our psychology that the attackers start to take advantage of.
Cliff, it's kind of scary to hear that those spelling errors, the grammar mistakes, those things, really aren't there anymore, because those are the things that we've been told to watch out for.
Exactly. Yeah. The one thing that I tell people these days is it's not about what you see, it's about what you find yourself doing, right? So if somebody said, hey, a stranger's going to call you on the phone and ask you for your social security number, you'd be like, okay, I'm never going to do that. But when the IRS calls you and they know your social security number and they know your address, they know your name, they know everything about you, and then they ask you to wire money to an account so that you don't get arrested, that's a whole different story, right? So they come up with these ways to scare us and to trick us into compliance with something we would never normally do. So don't look at who's calling or what they say or how you're, what the details are. Think about what's actually being asked of you. And is this normal? Is this something you would expect to be happening? And if it's not, then you really just have to pause and take a step back and call them back or call a different number, check with a friend or family member, let them know what's going on, because these scams are so highly personalized that they simply will not work on anyone but you. So when you talk to somebody else, they'll be able to tell you, yeah, this is definitely a scam, don't call that number. And if you're ever unsure, just, hang up, go find a legitimate number for the IRS or for your tax refund service, or whatever the scam is purporting to be, go find a number on your own and verify the information separately.
What's the risk here? Why is this something we need to take so seriously, specifically when it comes to these tax scams?
Yeah, so I mean, during tax time, you're talking about amounts of money, you're talking about really sensitive personal information. So attackers have a couple of different motivations, right? They might try to be doing identity theft, so stealing your identity. Maybe they are trying to file taxes on your behalf to commit tax fraud and steal your refund. They may just be trying to basically straight up rob you by convincing you to send them money or convincing you to, send them payment information. They're going to steal your account numbers and things like that. So most commonly, it's going to be financially motivated, but occasionally we'll see these identity-related scams where they are either selling that identity later or they're using it to commit other types of fraud. But the risk is you lose money or you lose control of your accounts and your identity.
Bottom line here, what do people need to know? What do people need to watch out for?
I basically tell people don't trust any inbound communications. So if it's coming to you, you cannot trust it. Anybody can send you a message, anybody can call you and pretend to be somebody that they're not. So the best way to go is if you receive any kind of inbound message, especially with a sense of urgency or alarm, to treat it with caution and not to trust any phone numbers or links that come to you in any kind of message. And if somebody calls you and there's something going on, there's no reason that you have to take care of that on that phone call in that moment. So hang up or tell them you'll call them back and then go validate some of the information before continuing with any kind of interaction like that.
All right, Cliff Steinhauer, Director of Information Security with the National Cybersecurity Alliance. Thank you so much for your time today and for giving us some good things to watch out for.
Absolutely. So happy to help.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We're heading into Easter weekend, but still a lot of events, a lot of things going on all around town that we want you to know about. It's our time for our Community Crossroads segment where we bring in a couple of our friends from U-Nation. We've got Sarah Barkley, who's the social coordinator, and Ashley Edwards, Director of Creative Strategy. And happy almost weekend, guys. We appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you so much, Garrett. So excited for not just this Good Friday, but a great Friday. We have so much in store for you this weekend. Tomorrow is going to be a beautiful day, so we want you to get out there and enjoy it with a bunch of these events.
All right, and let's start by talking about Spring Fiesta in the park.
This is the 37th annual Spring Fiesta in the Park, right in the heart of downtown Orlando at Lake Eola. It's happening all weekend long, so Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. And yes, this is a free event in downtown Orlando. So come out, enjoy the sunshine while it lasts, the beautiful weather. There's going to be hundreds of artist craft booths featuring everything from paintings and jewelry to home decor and other handmade goods. They're also going to have incredible local food vendors and a beer garden for you to enjoy all of the wonderful, wonderful treats you're going to have all day. And of course, live entertainment. The amphitheater, our beautiful rainbow amphitheater, is going to be lively all day with different musicians playing live music. There's a family-friendly kids zone, and of course, this event's in Lake Eola. It's pet-friendly, so bring those furry friends and just really enjoy the beautiful spring weather this weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice weekend for it, might have to keep an eye out for a few showers, but just walking around Lake Eola is great. Free admission, so you can save that money and support the vendors that are out there. I mean, just a fun vibe.
Oh, 100%. This is one of my favorite events that Lake Eola does every year. It's gorgeous. Supporting local, the great food, just the community that Orlando has is incredible to experience.
Right. Now, Sarah, talk to us about the 407 Day Festival.
This is a brand new festival. It's actually their first annual 407 Day Festival to celebrate. It starts at 12 p.m. and goes to 7 p.m. It's on Colonial Drive. There's going to be live DJs, nonstop music, food trucks, and local eats. There's going to be vendors, a hookah area, drinks. It's going to be a really, really great time to get together with the community and just enjoy the beautiful weather. Of course, it will be a little bit warm, so just come prepared, dress for the weather, wear some comfortable shoes. This is an all-day event from 12 to 7 p.m. It's going to be a lot of fun. They're going to be having live DJs like Young Ivy, Lock Hefner, Loose Cannon Takeoff, a lot of different DJs. So it's going to be a really, really great day.
And you've got some insider tips for us as well. What do you recommend? How do you recommend people, handle this if they're wanting to check it out?
Definitely arrive by 12:30 if you can to catch those opening acts and avoid the mid-afternoon parking crunch because this is in a parking lot. So just be prepared to find some parking. Also bring cash, but also be prepared to use cards as some vendors take card only and some take cash. Also pack that sunscreen again, and it's going to be a very, very sunny and hot day. Check for those little photo spots for social media. Wear a hat, bring a blanket if you can, or a chair so you have a place to sit and enjoy that food.
And let's also talk about the adult Easter egg hunt in Kissimmee this weekend. Ashley, never too old for an Easter egg hunt.
This year, Easter egg hunt is not just for the kids. Over at Formosa Gardens in Kissimmee, they are having an adult-only Easter egg hunt this Saturday night from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. So, like I said, it's going to be at night. So bring a flashlight and bring a basket because that's the added element to this event is that it's an evening event. They have hidden over 5,000 eggs for us adults to have fun and go find. There's going to be a free photo booth where you can take pictures with little baby chicks. They are the cutest things I've ever seen, Garrett. It's incredible. There's also going to be live DJ, so the vibes are happening all night long with food trucks and a cash bar. Plus, because it's an Easter egg hunt, it's a little competitive. There's going to be prizes and more.
So a flashlight, bring a flashlight, searching for these, and it's a competition. I mean, it's intriguing.
Definitely. I would recommend bringing some friends when you have a bigger team. Of course, you have a bigger chance to win a lot of those prizes. Again, a flashlight, honestly, your phone, as long as it's charged, can have a really good flashlight you can use. Yes, definitely wear some tennis shoes because people might be stepping on your feet as you're running around in the dark. And again, check the weather. It's April. Anything can happen. There's some showers in the radar this weekend, but be prepared just in case and arrive right at 5 o'clock because you want to make sure you be the first to get all the hiding spots you can find.
That's a good tip. Important to keep that in mind. Yep. Smart thinking. All right, now for our local spotlight this weekend, talk to us about some of these outdoor adventures that we can have around Orlando.
So we have a few outdoor adventures starting with Lux Rentals. You can rent your very own ATV rental and go with a tour guide at it's in Brooksdale, Florida, and it's halfway between here and Tampa, but they're also soon to be having a Daytona location. So if you're looking to travel, take a little weekend trip to the beach, and you're looking for something to do that's a little bit different than just the beach, they're going to be having ATV rentals there too, and UTV rentals. Now, if you don't want to go as far out to Brooksdale, halfway between Tampa and Orlando, and Claremont at the Chain Lakes, they have pontoon boats that you can rent and jet ski rentals. This is a great vibe and it's veteran owned. We went out and rode some ATVs and we had a lot of fun. We were able to kind of just go out there, test them out, and just kind of go through the trails. It wasn't really set up where we had to be at this spot at this time. It was complete freedom and it was a lot of fun. I know Ashley enjoyed it too.
Before we move on to the next one, I need to know who's the better ATV driver.
Me.
Ashley.
Confirm. It was proven that day.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a good time. It looks like a good time. And it sounds like y'all had a good time.
We had a great time. And we also had a great time at the Lake Nona Adventure Park. And something I love about the Lake Nona Adventure Park is that there are activities here for all ages. That inflatable course is not just for kids, it's for adult too, because I was running amok around that entire thing. And it's so much fun. So they have this inflatable aqua park obstacle course, but they also have a 60-foot climbing tower and rope courses. They have a taught area for kids. You can also enjoy some kayaking or paddleboarding if you're not too into some crazy extreme water sports. But it's just such a great day, fun for whole family, adults and kid friendly. They also have some really great food there on property. You can rent cabanas for the day too. So it's a really great way to get out on those hot days coming up here and just have some family fun.
Yeah, that looks like really fun.
I went for my friend's 30th birthday party. So there were like 20, 30-year-olds running amok in this place. And it was a hoot and a half.
A hoot and a half, yeah. And I mean, that it looks like quite the obstacle course, not particularly easy to stay on.
You'd be surprised, Garrett, on how accessible this was for people who may not be the most athletic.
Okay. Are you saying is that you?
No.
Fair enough.
For some friends who thought they were going to struggle, they really struggled. Mine is I'm just a clumsy person, so as much athleticism that I have, I still fall. It is what it is. But I know some friends who were really worried and really scared to try this, and they ended up having such a great time.
All right, good to know. But that's not all. There are more outdoor adventures that you are spotlighting for us today.
Yeah, we also have the Orlando Tree Trek. Now, this one is definitely challenging. It offers thrilling aerial challenges for all ages. It's specifically designed. They have kids courses just for the kids, 2 adult routes reaching up to 50 feet high in Kissimmee. You can swing on Tarzan ropes, climb ladders 50 feet up, leap into hanging nets. You can also cross wobbly suspended bridges, navigated swinging logs, balancing on hanging skateboards. And of course, you're going to be soaring through those trees. So if you want to do something that's very thrill-seeking and you are not afraid of heights, you should definitely go out here and enjoy it before it gets extremely hot in the summer. I think it's going to be nice and shaded and it's going to be a lot of fun. So if you love those thrills, add this to your list.
All right, yeah, that looks like a really good time and beautiful scenery too.
Absolutely.
And if you're also looking for some other options, there's just some good local free trails for people to check out as well.
Yes, so we have Lake Louisa State Park, which is a pay-by-car fee. I believe it's about $5 per car to get in. So to get into the park, it's not free, but the trails, of course, are free. There are some really stunning views. There's a waterfront area to go to, and just a lot of trails to just choose from. This park is massive. This one's in Claremont. We also have Orlando Wetlands. This is near Fort Christmas in Christmas, Florida. So if you're looking again for a little day trip spot to go, I highly recommend checking out the Orlando wetlands. And then we also have near Winter Garden in Oakland, we have the Oakland Nature Preserve Trail, which you can walk or bike and take it all the way to Apopka. This is a really, really great time. We went in the fall and the leaves were falling. It was nice and shaded, but in the summer and the spring, it's going to be just as nice and beautiful. They also, again, have waterfront views. There's a couple things to do along the trail, and it is a very, very long trail. So you can either choose to go to a shorter one or a longer one, depending on how you want to plan your day. There's a lot of really, really pretty nature, like the birds that we saw and the fish out there. And it's a really, really nice, relaxing, and safe trail to go to.
And the nature here in Florida, I mean, it's tough to beat. There's just so much to offer, and I just love it. It's one of the things I love most about being here, I think.
Florida has some great, great birds to check out while you're there. So you can definitely do some bird sighting while you're there as well.
Right, good stuff. Well, you've given us a lot to do, a lot of things to check out. Ashley Edwards, Director of Creative Strategy, Sarah Barkley, Social Coordinator with U-Nation. Always appreciate you joining us. We look forward to these community crossroads every Friday here on Fox 35 News Plus, and thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Garrett. If you guys watching want to find anything else to do under the sun here in the sunny Central Florida, beautiful city, beautiful, you guys can follow us on, oh my goodness, words are coming out really wrong. You guys can download the free U-Nation app and connect with us individually at Stuff to Do in Orlando on social media.
All right, Ashley, Sarah, thanks so much. Have a great weekend. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. I want to give you a bit of an update here as we near the noon hour on what we're learning about this fighter jet that has been shot down over Iran. We are learning that the president has been briefed on that downed jet. We're told it's an F-15 Strike Eagle. They can these are fighter jets that can reach top speeds of Mach 2.5. They can carry any air-to-surface weapon in the Air Force inventory. They are two-seater planes. So we're learning a little bit more about this. That's reporting from Fox News. Fox also reporting that President Trump, again, has been briefed about that downed F-15 and has been continually briefed about it throughout the morning. Still a lot of questions about what all may have happened as far as the ongoing and any potential ongoing rescue mission for what Iranian media had previously reported as a pilot that they saw ejecting from that plane as it came down. So we are still waiting for official confirmation of this from the Department of War, from CENTCOM. I still have not seen anything to that end just yet, but we're keeping an eye on that and obviously continuing to monitor this story. I would anticipate some sort of response or some sort of message that is released here soon to address that, if indeed things are how they sound right now. So again, we're keeping an eye on that story, but the president, we can now tell you, has been briefed. It is a downed F-15 that was shot down over Iran, and still very much a developing story beyond that. But that is going to be shaping up to be a big story throughout the afternoon that we are continuing to keep an eye on. You can get the latest updates right now on fox35orlando.com and in the Fox Local app as well, as we update that with the new details that are coming in. One U.S. official also telling Reuters that a search underway for any survivors, but we don't know anything beyond that about the crew. But Iranian media also saying, and this is reporting from the New York Times, citing a broadcast on Iranian state TV, reading a statement calling on local residents to capture the quote, enemy's pilot or pilots and turn them in alive to security forces in exchange for a reward for their capture. So that's the reporting from the New York Times. So again, still very much a developing story, and we will keep you up to date on that as new details come in. Right now, we are getting ready to take another break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Then here in just a couple of minutes, we're going to talk more about the Artemis mission, what's next for that crew, what their next few days are going to be like as they get closer to the moon's orbit, and really just how all of this is going to go down. So we'll be keeping we'll be checking in with one of our space experts coming up in just a couple of minutes about that. So we hope you keep it right here on Fox 35 News Plus, on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. And we'll be right back with more after that. But let's first show you our poll question of the day, stemming off of our interview just a little bit ago about AI tax scams and things you need to watch out for. We want to know if you filed your taxes yet. Let us know. You say, yep, you've already done it. Maybe you haven't done it yet, or you didn't finish it yet. Let us know where things stand with your taxes, and we'll be back with more after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Check this out, the views from the Orion spacecraft, seeing a crescent Earth. We showed you some of the absolutely breathtaking images from that NASA put out on social media earlier, just the high resolution images that show Earth, the view of the astronauts from that inside that Orion capsule. Fascinating stuff. They have now done that burn last night that is putting them on the course to head toward the moon. So really exciting stuff ahead over the next few days. And so we want to bring in Dr. Don Platt, who is a Florida Tech professor, the director of the Spaceport Education Center. Dr. Platt, it's always good talking with you, and what a fun week to be keeping an eye on the stars.
Yeah, things are just incredible. It's sort of just like the 1960s, but here in the 21st century. So it's a little bit of the best of every world possible. And you're right, the views are amazing. It's just really an incredible mission with so much going right on this mission so far. It's incredible. We don't want to jinx it or anything, but so far it's really amazing.
Yeah, especially after they fixed the toilet issue. That would have been a concern. But now that that's taken care of, certainly things are probably going a lot smoother.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like there's always a problem in that vein here. The shuttle had that issue many times too. So one day we'll get it figured out.
But now let's talk about what Artemis is doing now, because we talked about the translunar injection burn that was done last night, and that decision whether to do that or not. They have taken that step, and now they're headed toward the moon. So just talk to us a little bit about how that works.
Yeah, so it's sort of like you've made the decision to get on the roller coaster, and the roller coaster has started. So you're going to be on the ride. No getting off the ride now. So they're on the way to the moon. There's nothing that can happen now to sort of turn that around. So they'll be going towards the moon over the weekend and flying by. By Monday or so, they'll be on their way back towards the Earth. And so basically right now it's a matter of collecting data, checking out how the spacecraft works, taking more amazing pictures as the Earth gets smaller and the moon gets bigger as they're moving on that trajectory.
And in this image, this kind of animation we have here, the moon is static and the Earth is static here, but it's really kind of fascinating to see and to know how they're going to kind of catch up with it in really kind of like slingshot around it in some ways.
Right. So it's one of these situations where you got to aim for where the moon will be when you get out to that distance from the Earth. And so you've got to target where the moon will be in the future, and then sort of fly in front of the moon, and that'll take you around the moon. The moon's gravity will kind of change your trajectory a bit and slingshot you back out. And so then you're on your way home. And so it's what they call a free return trajectory. So there's no rocket burn needed in order for them to go through this whole trajectory and to actually wind up back at the Earth.
So what's going to be happening over the next couple of days as they get closer to the moon, as they get so much farther away from Earth? Are they going to notice, are the astronauts themselves going to notice any changes? Are things going to feel different as they get farther out? And then once they get kind of in the orbit of the moon, what's it going to be like for them?
Yeah, they won't really notice too much difference because they're still on sort of, if you will, a free fall trajectory. But they will definitely see that big moon in their window, and that'll be taking up a bigger and bigger part of their window. And so it's going to be very attention grabbing, especially since they've spent the last couple days near the Earth and observing the Earth from orbit. So now they can contrast that with a very different environment of looking down on the lunar surface.
And then talk to us a little bit more about their return home, because you mentioned that they won't really have to do anything for that. It's just kind of using the natural orbits or
the physics. Yeah.
Talk to us about that.
Yeah, so basically, honestly, they're still in an orbit of the Earth. It's just that this orbit is going to intersect with the moon at the distance that the moon is from the Earth. And so then they'll take advantage of some of the gravitational pull of the moon to sort of pull the spacecraft towards the moon. Obviously, they're not landing on the moon. They're just going to sort of go around the moon and then start that trajectory back towards the Earth. And so essentially, they're using the moon to sort of change the direction of the space vehicle.
It's fascinating stuff, I think, for those of us who are not space experts to kind of hear about and to think about. Dr. Platt, just haven't had the chance to talk with you since the launch, and I just want to get your kind of big picture thoughts on what we've seen and kind of the captivation with this mission as well, and what that does to kind of further the mission and future missions.
Yeah. Well, it's been almost 60 years since humans have been out at the moon. Now, we can look up at the moon at night and think that indeed there are humans approaching that moon. And over the weekend, essentially, when we look up and see the moon, we're actually, although we can't really see it, but we're actually looking at 4 people when we look at the moon then too. And so again, most of the people who are alive today never experienced that because the Apollo missions were so long ago. And I think that people will really be inspired by that. And I think this will open up really a new age of exploration. We've done a lot and learned a lot, but it's all been in Earth orbit for the last 50 years. And so now we're kind of getting out of the cradle again and going out and exploring deeper. And, that famous term, pushing the envelope. So we're really pushing the envelope again and going towards the bounds of what humanity has accomplished. And so I think it's an exciting time. And I think this will really kind of stimulate people. And I think there's kids today that are watching this mission this week who will, again, 30 years from now or whatever, look back on this and say, wow, that was really amazing. And that really kind of stimulated me on my trajectory for my career.
It really does make you look at the moon a little differently, doesn't it?
Oh, it certainly does. I agree with that completely. It was amazing when we had the launch the other day, the moon came up just maybe an hour and a half after the Artemis II launch the other day. And that was just very poignant. And to really contemplate that, it seemed like the moon was a little closer then. I mean, it's just it's a matter of what is within humanity's reach.
Yeah, it's really neat and very exciting, I think. And so just to kind of bottom line for us, as we head into this weekend, we know they'll be getting to the moon here in just a few short days. What's going to be going on in the meantime, and what should we be watching for as we keep our eyes out on updates?
Well, we always want to make sure that the space vehicle is still performing well. Obviously, life support is of utmost importance, and making sure there aren't any leaks. There have been some concerns here and there about some small leaks, but in the end, it was just sort of a false alarm, if you will. So we'll be monitoring the life support system, making sure they're able to maintain communication. They're collecting data on things like the radiation environment and how much radiation gets inside the Orion capsule, which will be important for the future when astronauts not only go out and around the moon, but will be staying in lunar orbit for a period of time and then on the surface of the moon. So that's going to be important data. Just overall evaluating the Orion spacecraft and how it works with humans and how humans can adapt and, the little things, learning about how it flies. And this will be amazingly important information for the future crews that use this type of spacecraft to get us back on the surface of the moon.
Dr. Don Platt, Florida Tech professor, director of the Spaceport Education Center. Always enjoy talking with you, and thanks so much. I'm sure we'll chat again soon as the Artemis mission continues.
Great. Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We are learning more about two U.S. senators looking into what they're calling a torture box at the Alligator Alcatraz temporary detention facility in Southwest Florida. This is a probe by two Democratic senators, one from Georgia, one from Illinois, who have some questions about this. And this is just the latest question in the ongoing controversy over that detention facility. And so joining us live now to talk about this is J. Kyle Foster, reporter with the Naples Daily News. And thanks so much for joining us this afternoon.
Thanks for having me, Garrett. I really appreciate it.
So talk to us about what we know about this probe being launched by two senators and some of the questions that they have about this.
Hey, the probe was prompted by what they're calling legitimate allegations about this torture box called the box. And apparently it's a 2x2 confined space. It sits outside. Possibly people are shackled while they're inside of it, and it's used as a punishment. What they're asking is, and they're asking the DHS and ICE, does it exist? Is it being used at any other immigration detention centers? How often has it been used since Alligator Alcatraz opened in July of 2025? Who decides when it's used, and for how long are people in it? And they're also asking that its use be ceased immediately.
So where did information about this or reports about this, the box, come from? Where did this kind of originate?
So initially, there were reports in July, even like right after it opened, that this was being used. And then that followed with an investigation by Amnesty International and a report that came out by them that also talked about the box and torture that was happening at Alligator Alcatraz. In addition, there was a Senate committee, oversight committee, that had testimony from detainees' families and letters written by detainees' families that also mentioned the box. And these were organized by the Workers Network, who helped bring those families to the Senate hearing.
And these senators in this probe, they put a deadline on answers for this. So just in the next few days?
The next few days, August 8th is when they're wanting answers. April 8th is what they're wanting answers by. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they'll get them, but that's when they want them. And then I think the pressure will continue after that if they don't get answers right away.
Yeah. So what is the next step in this? I mean, I know there have been a number of challenges and lawsuits and questions that have been asked. And so what kind of does happen next with this?
I think that, I can't speak for the senators at all, but the next process seems to have been when answers aren't given and information and documents are not shared when they need to be, are lawsuits that happen. What happens with the senators, I don't know if they'll have a press release, a press conference, but they are saying they feel very strongly about getting to the bottom of this.
Because in their the senators kind of wrote descriptions saying that the reports and descriptions of this box that they have heard, they called them particularly egregious. What stood out about it?
That it is considered torture, and that goes against the rules of detention and also of international rules for detention. And they're trying to protect the detainees who are being held there. We don't actually know how many are there. These are questions that have been asked, and we're not getting answers to. So they're trying to get this particular situation because it is torture. That's what they're trying to stop. Treatment of detainees being human, really.
Has there been response from some of these advocacy groups that have been pushing to get that facility shut down?
Yes. In particular, the Workers Circle, which is a national organization. I did speak with speak with them about it, and they were very pleased at this step that's happening because they were also present. Representatives were present at the Senate oversight hearing in early March, and particularly talking about the treatment of the detainees. And this is what they're trying to stop.
J. Kyle Foster, reporter with the Naples Daily News. We appreciate you sharing your reporting with us, and thanks for taking the time to talk to us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Garrett, thanks so much for having me. Have a nice day.
You too. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I want to give you a live look at one of our Fox cameras outside the White House right now. Just a stakeout camera, waiting to see if anyone from the White House maybe comes to speak. Sometimes the press secretary or others will come by and speak, answer some questions. So we're keeping an eye on that as this story develops about the downed F-15 in Iran. I want to give you a live look as well as we're seeing some reactions, including from the Democratic House leader, so the Democratic Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries in the House, saying, closely monitoring the news that an F-15 has been shot down in Iran, praying for the crew, as well as the safety of all the troops involved in the search and rescue effort. May God continue to watch over all our service members in harm's way. So that is just one reaction that is coming in. We're continuing to keep an eye on the situation and further reactions as we learn more. Obviously, still a developing situation, waiting to see if there are additional updates on this. Reuters is reporting that one U.S. pilot was rescued after that jet, that F-15 fighter jet, was downed over Iran. Again, so seeing one report right now of that, but we'll continue to keep an eye on this. We're watching that White House stakeout camera as well, and hoping for some official updates from CENTCOM and other U.S. officials and U.S. agencies over the next little bit, as hopefully we get some more information about that situation. But wanted to let you know that's where things stand right now. We've been tracking this story since it broke this morning, and we will keep you updated throughout the afternoon as more information comes in. Right now, though, we are also continuing to track additional reaction to the firing of Pam Bondi, the U.S. Attorney General, former Florida Attorney General, who is going to be leaving the Trump administration. And after her role as the head of the Department of Justice has faced some criticism. We talked yesterday with a Democratic Congress member, Maxwell Frost, who joined us on Fox 35 News Plus to give his reaction, saying that he is glad to see her go, that he had called for her removal before, but that he still wants to see her testify in front of his committee, the House Oversight Committee, in their ongoing Epstein probe. Our friends at Fox 13 Tampa Bay had the chance to speak with Congressman Jimmy Patronis, a Republican from Florida's 1st District, to get his reaction to the removal of Pam Bondi and maybe some of the names that are floated for a potential replacement. Let's go ahead and listen in to this. This was Fox 13's Regina Gonzalez speaking with Congressman Patronis just a little bit ago.
Congressman, I have to ask you, obviously, we saw your post on Facebook, commending Pam Bondi for her role. But going off of that, what was your just overall reaction to this news yesterday?
Well, Pam is a dear friend. You know, the president is wishing her well going back into the private sector. And look, it's the toughest legal job on the world. You've got a very demanding situation. You had a president who was dealt in his 4 years while he wasn't in office with lawfare. So, I mean, the demands of cleaning up the Department of Justice is an enormous one. Pam, I think, made incredible strides in making a difference and bringing more transparency, not just to that agency, but to those all concerned outside of that agency. So I'm a big fan of hers. Got to serve with her for about 18 months on the cabinet together. When I was in the legislature, she was our attorney general, and she's a Florida woman that has achieved success at levels no other Florida woman ever has. So excited about her future.
I know. I was going to say, have you managed to speak with her personally within the last couple of hours? Do you have any sense of how she's viewing this moment?
No, just text.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on right now because, of course, there's the speculation of who Trump might bring in afterwards. Todd Blanche is very confident he'll hold down the fort as the president decides to see what the agency still needs to have in its agenda moving forward. But Pam, there's sides of Pam that people don't know. My wife Katie is a breast cancer survivor. Had her procedure there at Moffitt. And it seemed like just yesterday I was there, didn't know what to expect, was in a waiting room at Moffitt all by myself. And as Katie rolled back to get surgery, Pam comes walking in. She sat with me for the next 3 hours and wouldn't leave my side until Katie was out of harm's way. So, I mean, there's some sides of Pam that I treasure as not only as a professional, but just as somebody who knows that she really loves her friends. She loves the state of Florida, and she loves this country.
I know we've been really kind of digging into her roots here in the Tampa Bay area, especially her being from Hillsborough County, once representing Hillsborough County. But when you talk about her a little over a year served as Attorney General for the United States, what stands out to you the most about what she's done?
Well, I think she's probably been the most transparent attorney general we've had in the history of this country. Look at it. It's not easy going into whether it be Martin Luther King's files or JFK's files or the Epstein files all at the exact same time and being basically directed to make all this out in the public domain. All those files have a certain amount of probably discretion that over the years are there for one reason or another. And, you've got a president who campaigned on transparency. So, the job that she had was an enormous one, a very heavy lift. But again, I'm a big believer in transparency. I think transparency is the absolute best disinfectant. But sometimes that transparency creates some anxiety. And this is what, she was charged to do. And I think she did about as good of a job as anybody could do, considering the magnitude of what she was asked to accomplish.
I know, and kind of going off of that, I mean, we actually got word that Todd Blanche yesterday was asked about the Epstein files, didn't really talk about it too much, and it seems like that may have been what President Trump wasn't happy about with Pam Bondi. So how do you think he is going to handle this role? Obviously, you just said that that is a very heavy load.
Yeah, look, I'm proud to have co-sponsored, and voted to dump all those files out so the public could see to it. You know, there are victims that still deserve justice, but at the same time, it's a fine line because some of those victims don't want to be reviolated by the crimes of what happened under the Epstein era. So, I mean, you know, it's crazy that a dead pedophile could bring so much attention on a global stage, but this guy had a network that was pretty expansive, and some of those things that have been exposed, as troubling as they are, some of those troubling issues are criminal. Some of those will be investigated, continue to be investigated, but some of them are also grotesque and horrific, and just are not made for eyes that aren't mature. So I think that was kind of the challenge. I mean, when you're talking about child pornography and some of these other things that were in those files, it makes it a real moral dilemma of how you release these to make sure that the law that Congress passed and the Trump administration signed is fully, executed.
Yeah, we even saw her a couple of months ago in that very intense a very intense hearing, I should say, about the Epstein files. Were you kind of paying close attention to that? How did you think she handled that? That got pretty spicy.
Yeah, look, there's one thing I tell people. They ask me all the time, how is Washington? How is Congress? They know I'm a state guy, but how do I like Washington? And I tell them Washington is full of a lot of really good people that are there for the right reasons, that love their country. And then you've got some that definitely have created a reputation for, basically being very combative. And look, this is exactly what, Pam was anticipating she was going to deal with in that particular committee. There were members that, especially on the opposing aisle on the Democratic side, that wanted to try to do anything they could to embarrass the administration. So where they could go and try to hurt Pam or make things awkward, this was a way to also hurt the administration. But I remind the Democrats who want to cry foul on Epstein, 4 years under the Biden administration, when they were in power, they had the ability to release all these files and never did. So it's just a matter of its convenience when they can use it as a weapon against an administration, yet they did not want to release them and expose them under the previous administration. The one thing that's kind of a challenge in D.C. is the hypocrisy.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I want to move it. So we did hear from Bondi herself on social media. We're showing our viewers her post on X yesterday. She said she's transitioning out and headed to a new private sector role. Do you have any idea what that could mean and what this next chapter could look like for her?
No, but I know Pam is incredibly competent, intelligent. Pam's one of these types. She takes notes on top of her notes. She is such a hard worker, but she's so incredibly intelligent. So, I mean, I know there's probably a line of institutions that want her on their team simply because she is an asset no matter what the initiative is going to be. So, look, she's a Florida girl, again, like I said, that has done well. I'm very proud of what she has done as an individual, as a public servant, whether it be putting criminals behind bars or what she has done in service of our nation.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, we did hear Senator Rick Scott yesterday say that she should run again for Florida Attorney General. do you think she should do that? What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, maybe we should change the subject. I tell you, look, Governor Scott, Senator Scott is one of my favorite people in the whole world. And I know how fond he is of Pam. They served together for 8 years on the Florida cabinet, and they were, incredibly dear friends. They grew up. Neither one of them was ever elected to office until they served on the Florida cabinet. So there was so many first experiences of public service they had together. So I know that they're, again, incredibly fond of each other and very dear friends.
Okay, so any anything else, as I know it's obviously a holiday weekend, we are actually monitoring a stakeout cam outside of the White House. We saw President Trump post on Truth Social about this, but what do we think viewers need to watch as this, transition moves forward, as she gets out of this role, and just we see who kind of steps in next?
Yeah, look, so Todd is totally competent in order to hold down the fort as the president moves forward. I don't know what other topic. You get a lot of transitions after the first 2 years, and you have folks that basically will then move to the private sector, because the grind of working in any White House administration is enormous. But the grind that a Trump administration puts in place, this is coming from a president who doesn't sleep. I mean, he literally works 24/7. It's amazing. From those that have tried to keep up with his pace, he is just an incredibly driven individual, and has a long list of things he is wanting to accomplish, and he is very quick to post it on Truth and let the world know that this is his agenda, what he wants to accomplish. And his team has to keep up with that battle to them. So it's not uncommon at all for transitions after year two, because a 2-year tour of duty in the White House administration is about like a 10-year tour of duty in any other job.
I can imagine. Well, Florida Congressman representing Pensacola, former CFO here for our state, Jimmy Patronis, we really thank you so much for weighing in on this conversation. Especially, it's been interesting to hear some insight from somebody who knows her so well. Great story about your wife and her. We really just appreciate you, and we will see you on Fox 13 Plus soon. Have a great weekend.
Thanks. Happy Easter. Y'all take care.
Congressman Patronis joining our friends at the Fox 13 Tampa just a little bit ago. Meanwhile, we are continuing to keep an eye out and for more information and waiting to see if anyone stops by that White House stakeout cam, as well as we know the president has been briefed on that downed F-15. Keep it right here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Investigators say a stabbing in Martin County yesterday was unprovoked and random. There is now a man behind bars charged with murder in that case, 25-year-old Kirsten Francelis. Let me show you his photo here. booking photo on the Martin County Sheriff's Office Facebook page. Again, investigators say the victim was outside walking her dog when he approached her and then stabbed her repeatedly. She ended up dying a short time later. We did hear from the Martin County Sheriff and other officials speaking about this case yesterday. Here's what we know about where things stand in that investigation.
All right, I'm going to give you a rundown, but keep in mind this case is really fluid right now. This incident just happened. There's a lot of information that I don't know. There's a lot of information that we're sorting through, so I'll give you what I know, and we'll talk it through. Before I start, but keep in mind this case is really fluid right now. This incident just happened. There's a lot of information that I don't know. There's a lot of information that we're sorting through, so I'll give you what I know, and we'll talk it through. Before I start, behind me is Major Ruben Romero off to my right, and then to my left, Major Peter Croft from Martin County Sheriff's Office. But earlier today, shortly before 4 o'clock, we received multiple calls in this community, the Southwood community, which is a quiet, higher-end community here in Martin County. Multiple calls of a suspicious male walking door to door and interacting with different people. The individuals that we've spoken to, and they range from small children to older people, said that he walked up to several front doors, knocked on the doors, and then asked them where the new bank was. There's no bank around here, but he asked several different people where the new bank was, at which point, after his interaction with them, he turned and walked down the driveway to the next place. So he started from behind where you are now. It's my understanding that he made it down to the end of this street. And then shortly after those initial phone calls came in, the neighbors started calling and saying that the suspect was actively stabbing our victim at this cul-de-sac right around behind this beige house behind me. Our deputy, which was already en route to the suspicious person, pulled up here and noticed that a civilian had run over to try to assist this female who was now on the ground, and our suspect was on top of her, actually actively stabbing her. The civilian tried to intervene, could not get the male off of her. So when our deputy pulled up, he yelled for our deputy. Our deputy rounded the corner, hopped out of his car, pulled his gun out, and immediately our suspect disengaged the female, who he was still actively stabbing when our deputy pulled up in his patrol car, and proned himself out on the ground, throwing the knife down and giving up. So our suspect was taken immediately into custody. Our victim was worked by one of our off-duty units that actually live in this neighborhood, so he responded with our initial road patrol deputy. So our initial road patrol deputy was apprehending our suspect. Our off-duty deputy was doing CPR on our female, but unfortunately her injuries were so significant that she passed away shortly after being transported from this location to Cleveland Clinic South. So, tell you a little bit about the suspect, what I know about the suspect. Let me read my notes, which I don't normally do, but I want to be accurate. We believe our suspect lives with his mom, his wife, and a child in the next neighborhood to the southeast of where we currently are. We've interviewed them. They said that the knife that he had here, which was a steak knife, came from their house. We have not had a lot of interactions with this individual. He was born in 2000. I think we've had one call for service. We have no criminal history that we're aware of with this suspect, and we have no nexus between our suspect and our victim, who is a white female in her mid-70s, it's my understanding. So at this point, this appears like an extremely violent, random act of violence. Really an odd set of circumstances for this nice neighborhood and this individual walking in. So we don't know of any motive at this point. We don't know of any nexus between the victim and the suspect. We just simply know that we've had a horrendous crime that's taken place in this neighborhood. We do have the suspect in custody. He's back at our sheriff's office. We're interviewing him. Our detectives are interviewing him. We're working on a search warrant for his house right now and his devices, which are at the house, so we're not on him. And we're processing the scene that you have behind here, behind me. His name, I'll spell it for you. His first name is Kirsten, Kersten. I'll try to pronounce the last name. It looks like Francilius, Francilus. His date of birth is 7/24/2000, and he lives, again, over in Willow Point, which is kind of southeast of where we currently are. So with that, I've given you what I know. If there's something that I missed, I'll kick it to you for questions. I'll try to answer them.
You said there was a previous call for service. What was that call for service?
So the question was, there's previous call for service, and the answer is there's multiple calls of a suspicious black male walking around in the neighborhood, knocking on doors, asking where the new bank was. And again, we're in a residential community. There is no new bank here. And his interactions were with smaller kids, which thank God he didn't do anything to harm them, and some other residents here who were taken back by his interactions. Now, they did say that his interactions were relatively calm. When they engaged him in conversation and told him there was no bank here, he kind of just turned off and meandered back down the driveway, not being confrontational. He never really was confrontational with anybody he interacted with.
Nobody saw the gun? Or, sorry, nobody saw the knife that he had on him?
The question is, did anybody see the knife that he had? And the answer is no. No one saw the knife. Even the Good Samaritan who ran over to try to assist this lady who was on her back on the ground did not realize that he was actually stabbing her when he first tried to engage with him. And then he tried to forcefully remove our suspect from the victim, and it just didn't happen.
So he was stabbing her in the chest, is what I just heard you say?
If I said that, I messed up. But the question is, did he stab her in the chest? She had a significant amount of stab wounds to the upper torso. Some deflective stab wounds. This was a violent homicide.
You said when the sheriff deputy arrived, he pointed his gun, and immediately the suspect dropped his knife. Did he say anything after that? Has he said anything since?
So the question is, as soon as the deputy arrived, he immediately basically surrendered. And did he say anything? I spoke to that deputy, and the deputy said he doesn't remember him saying it. Of course, he's got a body camera on, which was live. We have not reviewed the body camera, but the deputy didn't remember anything. Of course, he's caught up in the adrenaline moment of taking down an active homicide suspect. And again, that suspect, as soon as he realized the deputy was fixing to engage him, he gave up immediately.
You had said that there was no prior criminal history, but you did say that there was a previous call for service with this individual. What was that call for service?
So the question is, there was a previous call for service. The answer is, I believe there was a call for service involving him acting strange at his house. His family called the Martin County Sheriff's Office, and that was some time ago.
And how long ago?
The question is how long ago. The answer is I don't know.
Did he say if he was on drugs or anything like that, acting erratically? Have you noticed anything since you've taken him into custody?
The question is, did he say anything about being on drugs, and did he say anything yet? He's at the office now. I don't know how far they've gotten in the interview process, but I was here with him on scene, and he didn't say anything while I was standing here. Of course, we weren't trying to interview him. There's a process. This is a significant, serious case, and we want to make sure that we run it by the numbers. So we were trying to make sure that our detectives that were going to do the criminal interview did the interview, and the rest of us did not ask questions.
How many houses did he go to? Did he go to every house up this road before finally arriving at hers?
The question is, how many houses did he go to? The answer is I don't know. I've talked to several. Of course, this just happened. I talked to several residents that said that he either talked to them while they were walking on the street, or he knocked on the door. One thing I want to mention is our victim was not at her house. She was walking her dog in the cul-de-sac right here. So small dog, I'm not sure what kind of dog. She was walking the dog when she was approached by him and brutally attacked.
You said it yourself, this is a very nice neighborhood, quiet neighborhood. What can be learned from people living in neighborhoods like these when you're looking at a situation like this?
So the question is, this is a quiet neighborhood, what can we learn from this? The neighborhood did the right thing. They saw something that wasn't right. They called the Martin County Sheriff's Office. We were responding. And there were no indications that this subject was violent. We get these calls every day. You have salesmen that are going door to door. You have ATT, Amazon, the list goes on and on. So we get these calls every day. But the community did what they needed to do as a whole. They saw something, hey, the guy just doesn't belong here. He's asking weird questions. There is no banker. It doesn't make sense. So they called us, and I don't think there's anything that could have been done different as far as the community goes.
When you saw him here, how was his behavior? You said you saw him, but you didn't interact with him. What was his behavior from your point of view?
The question is, what was his behavior? And the answer is, he was in the back of a patrol car, handcuffed, and he was just quiet. So I didn't really spend much time with him at all. My concern was making sure, at that point, we thought there was some chance of saving the victim. So fire rescue was working the victim, and our deputies that were involved in this were, not to be too dramatic, but they were covered in blood. So I was concerned about our deputies, concerned about more victims. Right off the top, we were concerned about his house, where he came from. Is there anything wrong with his family? So we went back. The detectives went back to make sure that the family was okay back to the house. And then just managing the scene. There's a lot going on here. You have a scene at the hospital now. You have a scene here. And we have a search warrant we're doing over at our suspect's house.
I know it's very early on in the investigation, but has he been charged with murder already, or is that still too early?
The question is, has he been charged yet? The answer is no. I don't want to speculate on what the charge is going to be yet. Again, I want the detectives to go line by line through the numbers, but we have a lot of witnesses in this case, and you have a deputy that pulled up with a homicide in progress. Homicide in progress. So you don't get much more definitive information than that. Is that it? Anything else? Okay, guys, thank you.
The Martin County Sheriff speaking with reporters yesterday. We now know that that suspect has been charged with murder in that what they're calling a vicious and random unprovoked attack in that neighborhood in Martin County. Again, give you another look at the suspect here, Kirsten Francelis, 25 years old. He is charged with murder, according to investigators. And so we will keep you updated as more information comes in about that. We are also continuing to monitor the situation where we know President Trump has been briefed on the downed F-15 jet over Iran. The Associated Press now reporting as well that one crew member has been rescued after an American aircraft went down in Iran, and they are citing a U.S. Officials from the U.S. and Israel as well, confirming that one crew member has been rescued after that fighter jet was taken down. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look right now in Miami, not for the traffic, but for the stadium there. It is a big weekend for Inter Miami and their new stadium that's opening up at Miami Freedom Park, set to have their first ever game at that new stadium tomorrow when they host Austin FC. At that inaugural match for that stadium. It's a huge milestone for that soccer club that's co-owned by David Beckham. And this is a nice new stadium that's going to be the permanent home for Inter Miami FC to replace their temporary venue that they've been playing in Fort Lauderdale. So a big step forward for that soccer club in South Florida. we had the chance, Fox 35's Aaron Page had the chance to speak with Miami Herald sports writer Michelle Kaufman about what this means for the team, what this means for soccer as well in South Florida.
It's massive. This is big for soccer in South Florida. It's really huge for MLS. This is the team with Messi here now, especially. This is a global brand now that MLS leans on. Apple, it gives the league a sort of tentacles into South and Central America and the rest of the world. People are watching Messi from Asia, from Africa, from Europe, from South America, from all over the world. So it's a big brand for MLS, and now they have this big permanent home, which is a really big step for everybody, for the franchise and for the league.
That is so cool, man. Like, you gotta tell you, like, I heard that the stadium seats like 26,000 fans. How does this
Yeah,
size
26,700.
perfect? How does this size compare to other MLS venues, and what kind of atmosphere are they hoping to create there?
The size is pretty similar to MLS, the MLS specific stadiums. They like a 25 to 30,000 seat stadium, which is going to be packed and full and loud. They really have not preferred, the big NFL stadiums like Hard Rock Stadium has 67,000, but it's hard for MLS, even with Messi, week in and week out. They have not preferred that size of a stadium. Every once in a while, yes, when Messi and Inter Miami go play in Charlotte, they play in Bank of America Stadium and they get 70,000 people, but that's a one-time event for people in that city to see Lionel Messi. So wherever the team goes on the road, they have played in big NFL stadiums and they've been able to fill them. But for MLS specific stadiums, for the week in and week out, to get a full house, to get the atmosphere that they want, which is, loud chanting, drums, pink smoke, everything that the La Familia is the name of the supporters group. It's a group of supporters groups for Inter Miami. There are, I think, 5 supporter groups, and all in conjunction, they're called La Familia. And they sit in the north stand. Well, they don't sit. There are no seats, actually. It's standing room only. So you stand. They don't even have seats. They're just bars. And they bang drums. They set off pink smoke. And it's a really lively, very fun atmosphere. And this stadium, we haven't seen a game yet. We will see our first game tomorrow. But the way the stadium is configured, as you can see in the picture behind me, there's a sort of an overhang roof that goes over where the seats are. So the field is open air, but all of the fans presumably are protected from rain and from sun. But what that also does is it's going to keep the noise in. So it should be extremely loud because of that covering. All of the noise that they're making is going to be bouncing back into the stadium instead of out into the atmosphere. So I think it's going to be a very, very loud atmosphere.
Sounds a true soccer fan would love to hear that. I'm telling you. Um, and let's talk about the Messi stand that's planned for the stadium. What do you think that has to say about his impact on the club and soccer in South Florida?
Oh yeah, well, the Messi is everywhere. Messi is everywhere with this club. He's everywhere. His stamp is everywhere on this stadium. When you walk into the team store, which is the largest team store in MLS, 11,000 square feet, 2 stories high, you walk in, and of course, the first thing you see is Messi merchandise. There's one of the food options, one of the many food options is an Argentine restaurant chain that he is part owner of. And then they sell the milanesa. That's his favorite dish, chicken milanesa, which is like a breaded, almost like a Parmesan type, breaded chicken breast. Anyway, and then the stand, yes, there's a Leo Messi stand, which is on the upper deck and the lower deck. There's one big section of seats that's designated as the Leo Messi stand. And usually that's something that you may see upon retirement, maybe, of a legend in a stadium, where they will, once the person has retired, they maybe dedicate a section of seats or something in the stadium to that player. In this case, as an active player, it's pretty unusual to have a huge section of seats named after you when you're still down there on the field. But Leo Messi is not your average player. Lionel Messi is, arguably the best player of all time in history. Definitely up there with, Pelé and Ronaldo. It's, he's one of the best of all time. And he's had a huge, massive impact. His jersey right now, the number 10 pink Inter Miami shirt, is the number one selling Adidas shirt in the entire world, in any sport, in soccer for sure. There is no shirt in the entire world that sells more than the pink Inter Miami number 10. He's had a massive impact on shirt sales, on attendance, on sponsorships, everything. So, I think he's bringing in something around $300 million of revenue to Inter Miami per season. So he's ATM machine with a number 10 on it. He's a money machine. He's the golden goose. He's the GOAT. He's everything with this franchise right now. The big question is going to be what happens when he leaves. But for now, he's going to be part owner. By the way, part of his deal in coming here was that upon retirement, he gets equity in the team. So he will remain a part owner of this club even after he retires. So his imprint will be there for a long time. And, you can't even really say in words the impact that he's had on this club and on MLS in general.
I could tell. I've been in Florida, Miami, my entire life before I moved up here, and and Messi has been such a huge part of a lot of people who I used to talk to their enjoyment of the game, and I wanted to talk a bit more about that. We talked about Messi's impact on the club. We talked about the atmosphere of the club of the stadium. How much do you think this stadium and these new developments could change the sports landscape in South Florida, especially a city already known for big teams like the Heat, the Dolphins, and the Marlins?
Yeah, I think the Marlins are the ones that are going to be in the most competition with them. The Dolphins are the Dolphins. The Dolphins will always be, Miami's always going to be a Dolphins town. That was the first professional franchise here. And even though they haven't been a factor in the playoffs for a long time and there's all this turnover all the time and whatever, the fans here are still big Dolphin fans. The Heat has a very big following here. Now, the Panthers are back-to-back champions. So we have the two-time Stanley Cup champions down here. And they have a very, very loyal following within the community of people who follow hockey here. They have a strong following. The Marlins and of course, University of Miami football goes without saying that the University of Miami football, also like the Dolphins, is something that people are very passionate about here. So there is a lot of competition in South Florida. In addition to all of those teams we just mentioned, you also have the Miami Open tennis tournament. You have F1, Formula One racing. You have big golf tournaments. So there's boat racing. There's so much going on. There's a NASCAR track in Homestead. There's so much competition in the sports landscape in South Florida. The one that is probably going to be most affected by this new stadium is the Marlins, because the Marlins is it's a summer sport. It's going up against MLS, even though MLS is going to change its calendar a bit after next season to be more with the international calendar. It still will be up to, it'll be head to head against the Marlins for big parts of the season. And the Marlins have not been able to draw that well. They also have a beautiful stadium. I will say that the Lone Depot Park is a beautiful baseball stadium with every amenity you can imagine, with incredible food, with beautiful views of the city. It's a gorgeous stadium, but they have not really been able to capture huge crowds. Now, they did for the World Baseball Classic. It was sold out, 37,000 people from Venezuela, from Dominican Republic, from USA, Japan, all the countries came for the World Baseball Classic. But for the Marlins, they've had trouble sustaining, big crowds. And with this Inter Miami Stadium, new NU Stadium right across the highway, I think that's going to it's going to affect them more than anybody as far as the total landscape.
Hey, I mean, I wanted to ask you, before I let you go, Um, with the road to 26 just happened, and where we have multiple games in Miami, for the World Cup. Do you think this is perhaps a rise of a golden age of soccer in the Sunshine State?
Oh, absolutely. There's no question. There will be 7 games, 7 World Cup games at Hard Rock Stadium. And I believe that there's going to be a pre-World Cup game involving England at New Stadium. That has not been announced, but I have it from pretty good sources that is in the planning, that's in the works. Absolutely, soccer, not only we're talking now about the stadiums and these games going on, but FIFA is still based in Zurich, but they now have a second very large office with more than 400 people working in Coral Gables right here in Miami. FIFA, if you drive into Coral Gables right now, you will see a big FIFA building, a sign with a big FIFA sign, a building with a big FIFA sign. And they have moved their North American operations to Miami, not just for the World Cup, beyond the World Cup. So the FIFA will have a massive presence in Miami during the World Cup and after the World Cup as far as an organization goes. Also, CONCACAF, which is the regional soccer federation for all of for the Americas and for Central America. That also is headquartered in Miami. AFA, which is the Argentine Football Federation, they now have an office in Miami, in Wynwood. So you have David Beckham here, you have Messi here, you have FIFA here, you have CONCACAF here, you have AFA here. You're going to have 7 World Cup games here and a new stadium. There's no question. And of course, you have Orlando City, which is also in this state. So there's no question that soccer is growing and keeps growing in this state. I think especially because Miami is sort of seen as viewed as the gateway to Latin America, and soccer is such a big passion in Latin America, and so it makes perfect sense to have all of these soccer organizations based in Miami because they are trying to connect North America with South and Central America, and the perfect bridge is Miami.
What a story to tell, man. Michelle Kaufman, Miami Herald, thank you so much for agreeing to help us out today.
Sure. Thanks for having me.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. 1:09 right now. We are a couple of hours away from an update from NASA, where they are going to talk with us about the latest with the Artemis mission, give a mission status update. That's scheduled for 3:30. We will live stream at least the beginning of that for you here on Fox Local. You'll be able to watch the full thing on the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page. But these are live looks, live views from the Orion capsule, capping off a exciting week along Florida's Space Coast. And Congressman Mike Herodopoulos, Republican from Florida, who represents that area, was on with our friends at Live Now earlier today, talking about the launch, the excitement over space, and we'll also talked briefly about where things stand with the DHS funding bill.
My pleasure, Josh. Great to see you again. And it's been an amazing week here on the Space Coast. And as you show that rocket launch once again, it never gets old. It's spectacular. And it's just what shows what America can do when we put our effort into something this important.
And I've been showing it time and time again here over the last, I would say, 36 hours or so since it happened, because it is so cool to watch, especially considering how long it's been since we've gone to the moon, toward the moon, and obviously a lot of people are excited about this. Can you explain for folks out there who are watching how significant Artemis II and the Artemis operation in general really is?
Boy, I think that's a great point, Josh. And this is all about America coming together, showing our technological capabilities, and eventually becoming the dominant force, of course, in space. We've not been on the moon, of course, since 1972. The first Artemis mission a couple of years ago went around the moon without astronauts, testing our rocket system called the SLS out, and of course, the Orion spacecraft. And so we are preparing for roughly 2 years from now, heading back to the moon, landing on the moon with astronauts, and creating a moon base. But this is a big deal for NASA and, of course, the United States, because, as you know, just a few years ago under President Obama, they got rid of the shuttle program. And a lot of people said, what will be the future of space for the United States? We have stepped up since then. We have not just incredible, strong NASA program, we also have a strong private system. That means SpaceX, Blue Origin, ULA, companies like that. L3 Harris, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman. These are the companies that make this incredible space industry strong. And it helps not just, of course, with telecommunications that you and I are joining right now, but also the idea of the realities of the military. It's those rocket systems that launch our satellites up to make sure that we have the GPS for our military and, of course, enjoy some of the technology we have right now. So it's a big deal. And again, to see these astronauts find so much success because of the team effort put forth by NASA, it's just a remarkable sight. And I think almost 500,000 people were right there at launch date, including me. I was right there just enjoying the power of that rocket and, of course, the celebration of America coming together.
And of course, we have these live images coming in from space. Hard to believe that's what we're looking at. It's pretty cool. But we also have these ones from NASA itself. They've been posting throughout the morning, and this one shows Earth. It's a pretty cool image there. What does it mean to you to be able to see images like this that are coming from outer space?
It really is. It's almost science fiction, right? And the amazing thing is, I know a lot of these amazing engineers, and I've met those astronauts that are up there right now, and they all came together. I mean, you can imagine the complexity to make a system like this work. Every other nation wanted to go to the moon. We're the only nation that's ever done it. And we are continuing to lead on that technological edge. And it also brings other nations together. The Artemis Accords, as they're called, brought in so many different countries around the world who want to be a part of this mission. And it's a great diplomatic way in which to create stronger bonds. And remember, there's even a Canadian astronaut right now as one of those 4 astronauts as they move at so many thousands of miles an hour towards the moon. And we're all excited, of course, on Monday, the April 6th, they'll be actually circling the moon at that point, going to the dark side of the moon for about 30 minutes. They'll be out of radio contact with us and then slingshotting back home after a 10-day mission.
What are you looking forward to when you see this mission kind of conclude here? It's pretty cool to see all the images, as I mentioned, especially as they get closer and closer to that slingshot around the moon. But when we do have splashdown, how is that going to feel when we know that the astronauts are safely back on Earth. And that 10-day mission is complete and, of course, gives way to Artemis II.
That's right. Look, I got to admit, I was holding my breath when the rocket went off on Wednesday. We all know about the challenges that space is hard, is what we like to say here on the Space Coast. And it's really challenging work. And to see that there's brave astronauts taking this challenge on is remarkable, led by this NASA team. And I got to say one other thing here on this. Jared Isaacman, our new leader at NASA, has really changed the dynamic here at NASA. Vibrant leadership. He understands space. After all, he's been in space. He's done a spacewalk, for that matter. He flies fighter jets. I mean, this guy's a self-made billionaire, and he's willing to put his time in to help our country succeed in space. And so as you put it perfectly, Josh, when we land, we know we're one step closer to the moon. And we're going to increase our cadence, meaning we're going to have more launches, not such a big gap between launches, so that we can get to the moon and feel confident we're ready to go. Because even with the Apollo missions, they did test runs like this, because this is a very important mission, not just for the science of it all, but we always want to protect those astronauts. And so Artemis 3 and 4, and eventually the landers that will go on the moon, when we make 2 shots at the moon in 2028, we want to make sure we've tested everything to protect their lives and be as safe as possible.
And of course, we go back to the moon, but the big question here is, when do we get to Mars? When do we get to land there on Mars? I know that's probably looking a little bit further into the future, but a lot of people thinking about it.
Well, they are. And here's the good news. I mean, remember that those rockets that put up they went up on Wednesday. To give you an idea of the power of these rockets to break through Earth's atmosphere, that's putting 130,000 NASCAR engines on a rocket. Think about that power, right? If you've ever been to the race at Daytona, 43 engines, can you imagine 130,000 NASCAR engines? That's the power of those rockets and the rocket boosters that are needed to propel us into space towards the moon. And so as you put it perfectly, Josh, how do we get to Mars? Well, we think that we're going to create a moon base and be able to build a rocket on the moon where we don't have to need so much power to get towards Mars. This was an adjustment made. As you know, Elon Musk and others have talked about going from the Earth to Mars. We think it's a better way to take a pit stop, so to speak, at the moon and then head off to Mars, because you don't have that gravitational pull that the Earth has, and you can make that long journey to Mars. As you know, it'll take approximately 6 months to get there. And so I think in your lifetime and mine, we're going to see an astronaut on Mars, and it's going to have a lot to do with the success of these Artemis missions that are coming up and we're in the midst of today.
I mean, just the thought of that, I know I definitely don't want to be on Mars just yet. I want to allow them to go maybe a little bit further first, and then I'll consider it. How about you? Before I, move on to some other topics here, are you ready to go to space?
Oh, I trust me, I would love to go, but I would never cut in line of these major, incredible astronauts. You can imagine the competition to be one of the first 4 astronauts in this Artemis mission. But it's such a thrill, and you do have the ability to actually buy your way on a ship. I think Blue Origin sends folks up for space tourism. One of my good friends, actually, Steve Young in our community, went up on one of those. He said it was just a thrill of a lifetime, and I just love the ingenuity and the belief that, just like John F. Kennedy said back in the 60s, sometimes you just got to throw your hat over the wall and see what's on the other side. And America has experienced some amazing results because of it.
All right. And before I let you go, Congressman, I wanted to ask you a little bit about another topic. You've been on a few times where we've discussed essentially DHS funding and what happens next. And I wanted to ask you where things kind of stand, because we've heard a lot about where things do stand, what happens next. And we heard from Thune just a couple days ago, also heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson. So explain where things stand here and when we could potentially see an end to that shutdown.
Well, the good news is that most of the budget is funded. Of the 12 major bills, we passed 11. The last one here is what we call DHS funding, which is Homeland Security. And as you know, given the fact that we have a conflict overseas, we had 4 incidents on the homeland, 2 in Michigan, 1 in Texas, 1 in Virginia. We need to have the strongest national security possible, Homeland Security. And we're having this fight back and forth because, as Republicans at least, we believe that the entire agency needs to be funded, not just parts of that agency. Right now, TSA is not fully funded. The Coast Guard, FEMA, they are not fully funded, let alone ICE. And so we've had this back and forth discussion with the Democrats, and we think everybody deserves to get paid. In the meantime, we have moved some money around so the TSA agents are being paid. That airport problem has been kind of solved. And where we are in actual budget process is this. The House Republicans believe you got to fund everything. As you know, what passed out of the Senate was that they would not fund ICE or border security. We think that's a mistake, given the biggest issue, the 2024 elections, were the issue of border security. So I think what we're going to come back with now is this. They're going to send that Senate bill over, and then we're going to add the components for border security there. And we're also going to add the components to make sure that ICE is being paid there through reconciliation, because you know the Democrats won't support that. And so that's how we'll fully fund the DHS program. So we'll be taking the Senate bill that didn't have those two components, ICE and border security. We'll add that in the United States House, and that will be the bill that fully funds DHS. The Democrats will get their way in the sense that we won't fund ICE, so they won't have to vote for it. But we'll get that full funding because, again, national security is our number one responsibility as a government.
Congressman, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and helping to break all this down. Obviously, a lot of topics that we're covering here. Thank you again for taking the time to join us.
Well, thank you, Josh. Have a great day. And again, Godspeed to our astronauts.
And give you a live look at the White House right now, where we know the president has been briefed on the situation in Iran. Fox News reporting that one pilot has been rescued or has been found, and that the search is ongoing for a second. So we are keeping an eye on that situation as it develops. And we'll give you a live look right now. These views from Orion coming to us courtesy of NASA as that capsule heads closer to the moon, supposed to be there in the next few days, traveling farther than anyone ever has before. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, and I want to take us now to some live coverage from NASA TV right now, where they are taking us through some of the images that have been captured of Earth from Orion, and giving a little bit of an update about another burn that's coming up later. We know there's a briefing scheduled for 3:30, so I just want to go ahead and listen in for a few minutes here, live courtesy of NASA.
That's Mission Elapsed Time, or MET.
I guess that may have been it, but we are continuing to watch those live views, and you see the the clock that is counting up the mission elapsed time. 1 day, 18 hours, 48 minutes since that mission began. And again, there's going to be another 8-second burn coming up later this evening. And again, at 3:30, we're going to hear from NASA officials giving us a status update ahead of that burn and some other milestones that will be happening. We're getting daily updates now from the NASA ground crew, NASA officials, the flight leading team, and all those other officials who are in charge of this mission, giving updates daily now as that mission continues in space. And they head toward the moon, where they will be on Monday. Hard to believe, but they're really exciting stuff there. So we will continue to watch that and bring you those updates here on Fox 35 News Plus and on Fox Local, on our Fox 35 YouTube page as well. That 3:30 briefing, we're going to be able to bring you at least the first half hour here on Fox Local, but we'll live stream that in full on the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page later today. Again, that's scheduled for 3:30. We are also getting ready for another home game in the UFL this weekend. The Orlando Storm, Orlando's new UFL team, has another home game this weekend after beating Columbus 23-16 in the season opener last weekend. They now host another new team, the Louisville Kings, tomorrow night, 8 o'clock at Enter&Co Stadium. And we heard from Orlando Storm quarterback Jack Plummer answering questions from reporters during a news conference, a virtual media availability earlier this week.
Thank you for doing this for us, Jack. And first and foremost, let me apologize for last night for the game night miss getting your name wrong. I apologize about that, but I'm here to own that. I did want to get your thoughts about you coming out here. You had a little bit of break in football action for you to come back personally to be on the field playing again.
You're asking just like how was it to go from not playing to playing again?
Yes, I know that.
Correctly?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it was great to just get back out and play a full game. Obviously, haven't played a full game since college, really. So just to get into a nice rhythm, especially completing some passes early, had some fun too, which was awesome.
Jack, appreciate the
Anthony.
time.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Anthony.
No, you're good. Jack, I wanted to ask you, just looking back at the tape of watching the game from last week, what was your biggest takeaway from your performance in terms of maybe a positive or something that you want to work on this week in practice?
Yeah, I thought operation was really good from an offensive perspective. No pre-snap penalties. I feel like everyone was on the same page. We were able to kind of distribute the ball around pretty evenly, and obviously score touchdowns, which is the name of the game. But just got to work on. There's the one where I should have thrown a pick six earlier, and the guy dropped it, so I can't put the ball in harm's way. And then just a throw here or there. One specifically to KJ in a 2-minute drill that I wish I would have had that, but I mean, it's hard to really kick yourself too much, when you win and you go, 77% completion. So that's above the goal that we set as a quarterback room. So that was a good performance.
Brian Paul up, James Larson on deck, and Jamie in the hold.
Jack, you've got Louisville 2 weeks in a row, and that's got to be a little surreal for you coming from playing in the Ville. What's emotionally going through your head right now, knowing that you're going to face these guys twice in a row and reconnect in Louisville?
Yeah, obviously it's a little different. I'm not sure if this league has done that in the past, where you're playing the same team back to back. They don't do that ever in the NFL, so it's a little different. But yeah, it'll be fun. I mean, this week just playing Louisville, but I think it'll be real fun for me next week to get back in the city of Louisville and play there. And, so many great memories there. So it'll be a good time. I'll have a lot of people in the stands coming out to watch me.
James, you're up. Jamie on deck. Kyle Nash in the hold.
Hey, Jack. Appreciate you taking the time. I want to ask about your center, Cole Schneider. That's a guy that I've been able to cover the last few years in spring ball, just about as consistent as it gets. Just maybe talk about what it's been like to gain some chemistry with him and get to play with him this week.
Yeah, Cole's he's one of a kind and just such a great guy, really good leader, big personality, and obviously a really smart player. And played in the spring leagues for a while, and it's good to have somebody in the middle like that to anchor the offensive line, get the calls right. So overall, really good dude, a good teammate.
Jamie, you're up. Kyle on deck. Max in the hold.
Yeah, Jack, wondering what your thoughts on having a receiver like Elijah Badger. What has your experience been with him like in practice and then obviously in the game?
Yeah, obviously he could do some really dynamic things, and saw that, him taking the ball 95 yards, and just when he's playing fast and he knows what's going on, and we're on the same page, he's pretty dangerous. So we got to figure out ways to get him the ball when he gets one-on-one coverage, and we're still, I just met the guy, a month ago, so we're still obviously building chemistry, and I think our connection will grow as the season continues.
Max up. Otis on deck.
Hey Jack, thank you for joining us. I just had a question about the wide receiver group and how you feel about it. You have three guys that are NFL skill set. Like, how easy does that make your job for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's when you have good receivers, it's easier to play quarterback, and I think maybe all the guys we dressed on the game Sunday had spent time in the NFL, which is really helpful, and the guys know what it's like to play at the highest level, and we just got to keep building some rapport and continue to grow the offense. But it's definitely great to have talented wide receivers.
Otis?
Jack, how's it going? Otis Wright with Coach Pro Media. At the quarterback position, leadership is expected. Who's someone in the locker room that's helped you shape you as a leader, and what have you taken from them?
Yeah, the first name that comes to mind is our offensive coordinator, Colin Thompson. Just giving me a different perspective. Like sometimes, in practice when we've gone over something, like maybe I make a bad throw, like early on in camp, was getting frustrated with myself, and he's just kind of calm and steady and being like, hey, these guys are going to look to you to see how you respond to adversity. So you have to, be a calm operator and just have the what's next mentality. So I think he's been good for my development, not only as a quarterback, but as a leader.
All right, we'll go starting back at the top.
So some excitement for that game this weekend, Game 2 of the UFL season, 8 o'clock tomorrow night at Inter & Co Stadium. If you can't go, you can watch at 8 o'clock on ESPN. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Excitement continuing to grow and build for the upcoming World Cup. There will be games played across North America, including right here in Florida as well. So we're excited about that. And now we can tell you that the field is set. All 48 teams, yes, 48, have been set and confirmed for the FIFA World Cup. It's a larger number of teams than we've had before. And so joining us to talk about the field, some of the storylines to watch and what we make of all of this, we have Roxanne Kosh, who is a chair of the UF Department of Media Production, Management, and Technology, also a former freelance sports reporter based out of Paris who's covered multiple World Cups. So Roxanne, we really appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Happy to be here, Garrett. Thank you for having me.
So I first want to start by talking a little bit about the format. I mentioned in the introduction there, 48 teams for the first time instead of 32. What do you make of that?
I mean, that's going to be very interesting. I remember when we went to 32 in 1998, right? And that was already the talk of the town back then. And I lived in France at the time. And so it's kind of, I love that now I'm seeing the growth from that to 48 living in the host country again. It's really interesting to see some nations who've never made it, right? And that's also thanks to that growth. And obviously that also means a lot more economic revenue for FIFA and the game of soccer in general, since there are that many more games. And also a lot more fun for fans that translates into that as well.
Does that change the dynamics at all for the teams in the tournament, do you think?
Oh yeah, probably, because now you don't have to necessarily finish in the top two spots in each group, right? Like you can be one of the best thirds and still go through. You can you have a little bit more chance, I guess, to mess up in that group stage and still make it through to the playoffs. And then anything can happen. I mean, in 2022, we saw Argentina lose in the group stage against Saudi Arabia and still make it all the way to the end, right? And lift that trophy at the end. Now, because you have that extra round of 32, then you end up with even a little bit more leeway, I will say.
What are there any storylines that kind of stand out to you now that we know who is going to be in and who is on the outside looking in?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the kind of like Cinderella story, or one of them, is Curacao making it when they have 150,000 people in the country. So that's pretty special to have that very small nation and in number qualify and seeing the joy on their faces when it happened. That's very historic. You also have Uzbekistan making it for the first time, Jordan. And so those are they likely to win the trophy? Probably not, but it's still historic. It's still something that counts for the history of the sport, for the history of those nations, and just the growth of soccer or football internationally. In terms of, potential contendants, I guess, you have kind of the usual favorites. You always these days always want to watch France, England, Spain, Argentina. Brazil is not doing as well. And I think it will be interesting to see how the US will do. Historically, the US has done fairly well in American World Cups compared to elsewhere in the world. And this is the first time since '94 that, they have it at home. So, or at least mostly at home. So it will be interesting to see.
It's also cool to see the young talent that is kind of leading the way for several of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I'm originally from France, so obviously, like, the French team tends to have quite a few young talent. Some of them are some of the international stars. You have England has a ton of young talents on that team. And Spain, I mean, Spain dazzled at the European Championship a couple of years ago, and a lot of them are pretty young. Obviously, Lamine Yamal is kind of one of the heads of that. So it's to me, it's a very hopeful World Cup because there are so many young players who have not even reached the summit of their career yet. So it's kind of like they're going to get even better in 4 years and 8 years, but this is their stage now, and so it's gonna be a fight on the field, and it's gonna be great to watch.
I want to talk about what this all means for Florida to be able to be hosting some of these World Cup games. We've seen some of the road to 2020, the road to 26 games, even right here in Orlando. I mean, what does all this mean when you're talking about the most popular sport in the world, and the international audience, really kind of focused in and geared in on a place like Florida? What can that do for soccer here?
Well, I mean, there's two things. It's like what can it do for soccer here, but also what can soccer do for Florida, right? Because it's also the spotlight is on Florida, so there's kind of a two-way or a two-sided coin, I guess. So as far as like what can it do for soccer here? I mean, so much. We saw in 1994 the impact that World Cup had on the sport of soccer in the U.S., including several local markets. With the MLS was born directly. It's a direct consequence. Positive consequence for soccer, but it's a direct consequence of the World Cup being hosted by the US in 1994. Just like the first women's professional league, WUSA, was a consequence of the 1999 Women's World Cup that was organized here in the US, right? So, I mean, now we have more infrastructure within the sport in the country, in terms of leagues and everything, but it's going to help in terms of visibility. It's going to help in terms of probably economic boost, infrastructure development, and just kind of like showing the culture of soccer, and also in parallel showing the culture of like here in Florida to the world. So it can have, I mean, there's like potential job creation, definitely temporary job creation, but there could be long-term job creations if the impact is as big as it was in 1994, which is also a big thing.
A lot of excitement on a lot of levels. That's for sure. What are you most looking forward to about the upcoming World Cup, Dr. Kosh?
Well, I'm originally from France, and I'm a big fan of the French national team. I was 11 when they won their first World Cup in 1998. So I carry my childhood dream of attending a World Cup in my home country with me, and I finally get to live that dream. So it's pretty awesome. I have tickets to the French games, and so that's what I'm looking forward to the most. At least selfishly, in terms of just looking at it generally, and as a scholar, I'm really looking forward, just because I was so young back in 1994, to kind of seeing in the next couple of years what that impact will be. Kind of like also the impact of the Olympics in a couple of years in Los Angeles, what that will be in the U.S. and especially for us in Florida. Having the sailing Olympic committee or the sailing Olympic team here in the Bay Area and all that. So like those major events have such big consequences on the host nations, some positive, some negative. And so seeing that unfold and being able to, be privileged to be a witness to that and hopefully play a little bit of a role in that, I think that's just awesome. It is, we're part of history. We just don't know it yet.
Yeah, exciting stuff, and I'm excited for you that you're getting to go to that game as well. Dr. Roxanne Kosh, Chair of the UF Department of Media Production Management and Technology. Great talking with you today. Hope to talk with you again as things move forward. We really appreciate you joining us today.
That sounds great. Anytime. Thank you so much.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. I want to give you the latest on what we know about this downed F-15 over Iran. We are learning from the IDF that Israel is pausing strikes in Iran while the search continues for that second crew member. We know the first has been found. There is a search on the ground for the second one. So we know the president has been briefed on that. And again, the IDF says Israel is pausing strikes while that search continues. So we will keep you up to date. Still awaiting official confirmation. This is all coming from anonymous sources in reporting from news outlets across the country after hearing those initial reports from Iranian state media earlier today. There have also been some images published by Iranian state media that have not been independently verified, but that appear to show some sort of damaged plane, remnants of a plane, including an ejector seat. We do know that the initial reports were that the first pilot ejected, or at least one pilot was seen ejecting from the plane. So we're continuing to track that story this afternoon. Meanwhile, let's give you a live look in space. These live views from the Orion capsule as it moves farther from Earth and heads toward the moon, where it will meet up and fly within its orbit on Monday, part of a 10-day mission. So a lot of excitement about that as well. Meanwhile, here on Earth, spring football has begun for UCF football, where we heard earlier this week from head coach Scott Frost, some players as well, talking about how things are going as the Knights look to improve in Scott Frost's upcoming second season.
Dwayne, you come back as more of a veteran now, one of the returning players. How was your first day of your second spring at UCF?
It was fun. We had a fun day today. A lot of guys stood out today. My guy Josh Derry stood out. Waden stood out today. Just being detailed. I say the freshmen stood out today. Caleb made good catches today. Dede made good catches today. I think the room did pretty good being detailed. It was a lot of fun today.
How did you use the offseason to develop chemistry with all of the quarterbacks?
Man, we always in here. We always in the indoor. That's the biggest thing, is to just keep getting the reps. Repetition counts. Repetition matters. The experience with the quarterbacks just builds the chemistry. And being in here,
Are you feeling more comfortable?
it feels great. It feels great, honestly. I mean, having an entire new QB room, you would think that it's, you'll be kind of scared going into your last year, or just as any receiver being scared. But no, it feels amazing. I think all the quarterbacks are doing great right now.
Alonzo's a guy who comes in with a lot. Alonzo's a guy who comes in with a lot of experience. Went to the college football playoff last year. What's that relationship been like for you with him, developing a guy who's been around the block, I guess, a couple times?
It's amazing. I always say he's an experienced guy. He made a lot of plays, great throws last year. He's played the best of the best. So it's just learning from him and see what he knows and see what he has, and just watching his game. It's kind of inspiring. You know what I'm saying? I'm just ready for the season to play with him because, like I say, learning from him, just being around him. He's a happy guy all the time. Like I said, really experienced, real fun guy to be around. So yeah.
Wayne, what about you now? You come in last season, entirely new roster, but you realize the team of receiving guards. Do you feel like you're stepping into a leadership role? How does this year feel different for you?
I have to. I feel like I have to step into a leadership role. As a senior, I used to be a guy who used to stand back and just, let everybody do them. But now I feel like I gotta be a lot more vocal. Leading, I really not worried about last year. Last year was last year. Personally, I think it wasn't as best as I can be. That's why I think being a leader would help me as well, because even though I could get on them, I encourage them, they could get on me. They could say, hey, you can run this better. Hey, you can have a better release. So I think that's the biggest thing we improving on as a room. Personally, obviously, I think it's just being a leader. That's the biggest thing.
Talk about being a leader, Dwayne. What is your leadership style, would you say? How would you kind of define how you approach that?
Like I said, in the past, I used to be like more of a sit back and just kind of lead by example. Now I have to be a lot more vocal. I got guys who transferring in don't really know the system like that, and I got guys who just get into college. This is their first spring day. Got to be a lot more vocal. So that's the biggest thing.
What are you working on to improve in this offense?
In the offense?
Yeah, what are you working on?
Just being more detailed. I think last year I rushed a lot of routes. I was kind of an underneath guy, but I think I'm working on just being a lot more detailed. Secondary releases, getting over the top, reading defenses. Yeah, just
different from this camp compared to the last one that you spent here?
the energy. I would say the energy completely. The entire team is not like a combative energy, like everybody butting heads, and we all competing, but I think it's a good energy in the room and the team.
How different is it knowing that this is your team? Nobody's going to come and go when spring's over. This is the group that you're going to go into the fall with.
That's amazing. It's an amazing feeling because you know who you have. You know what you have. And you know who you could build around and who you build with. That's the biggest thing is experience. Keep building chemistry with the same guys instead of new guys coming in. You could keep building chemistry with the guys and get better every day.
Talk about your thought process when it came to deciding to come back. I mean, a lot of guys could take opportunities to go elsewhere. Kind of what was that process in your mind about deciding to stay with UCF?
UCF home. It's been home. Like I spoke last year and I said it was kind of a full circle moment for me. Like I used to come here and play 7-0s in the bounce house. Used to be pool play. It used to be playoff games and championship inside the bounce house. So once I got my opportunity to come to UCF, it was a no-brainer. So I mean, it was no leaving at all.
How much has your relationship with Coach Frost grown now that you guys are both in your second year, had a full offseason together?
That's my dog. I ain't gonna lie, that's my dog. Man, Coach Frost, cool guy, man. He's a real player coach, but I think he's always gonna be on me, and that's the biggest thing. He wants the best for everybody, and I love that from Coach Frost, and I appreciate him.
What's it been like taking over the UCF Fastcast from Miles and Jaden with Wayne, and having that little dynamic with him, one of the underclassmen, and then has that helped you kind of in your journey to be more vocal?
Yes, I will say I wasn't a big camera guy. I had to step up here last year a couple times, so I really had to build that. But Fastcast has been pretty fun. Wade, that's my guy. We both from down south, so the chemistry's there. It's a no-brainer being with him. But yeah, the podcast has been pretty fun. It's been helping me stand in front of these cameras and speak and be more vocal, and I get to go talk to those guys and have confidence out there.
On that note, Wade and Charles coming back for a second season, what do you expect to see out of him? How is his growth looking like hereabouts?
I would say Wade is one of the most hardworking, not even just receiver, but people in the building. He's in here 7 o'clock, 6:30 every morning watching film, and from an older guy, I'm telling you, that's pretty hard to do. Works, in the weight room is just insanely strong. I just see him being a lot more smart, being a lot lot more detailed in his routes. I think he's going to do an amazing job this year.
A big step up.
Yeah, a huge step up from last year.
There's also a lot of newcomers in that wide receiver room, a lot of transfers. Who else is kind of standing out?
Like I said, JD. I love JD, man. That's my guy. Another older guy. He made a lot of plays today. You got Bibbs, Jonathan Bibbs, really good playmaker from ULM that's transferred. We got from my freshman. Is he back there? That's my dog right there. Ty right there. He gonna make a lot of plays, man. He just came in, but he a really good player, really smart. Got to learn the system pretty quick, so he gonna make a lot of plays this year too. Gonna make some noise.
Sorry, Scott talked a little bit about developing chemistry. You know, how having guys stand in front of the room and talk about, maybe introduce themselves and do something. What has it been like for you to see some of these newer guys talk about their stories and some of the things they've shared with you?
It's always interesting learning everybody's story, and you get to speak to them like one-on-one and understand a little bit more in depth. When they step up there, it's more of a confidence thing. Coach wanted them to just be confident, you know, say their name, say where they're from, major, and, you know, do something fun, you know what I'm saying? But it's interesting just seeing where everybody come from. Everybody got a different background. Everybody got a different origin story of how they got to UCF, and I think that's beautiful. So
does that help with you guys building your confidence?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because now you get to say a guy's name. When we first get here, you don't know everybody's name, but once they go up there, they say their name and where they from. You be like, hey, you give them a nickname or something like that. So it's always cool and interesting to you know, see everybody and learn from them.
How are you seeing the culture build year over year?
I would say it's a lot more team chemistry. Last year, I don't think we built a team last year. I think it was you know, it was okay. I think it was pretty average, but I think this year it's the chemistry is a lot better. Just seeing everybody smiles, you know what I'm saying? Nobody head down, frowning. Everybody want to be better. Everybody want to build each other. I think that's what the chemistry is right now.
Team's goal is to win the Big 12 this year. When you look around the room, you look at the practice field today, what makes you confident that you can make that goal a reality?
We're going to improve every day. That's the biggest thing. We 1% every day. We're getting better every day. Like I said, we're going to keep building with each other. We're going to keep building the chemistry with the quarterbacks, with the receivers, tight ends, with the defense. We're going to keep building each other, learning from each other, and we're just going to keep improving. That's how you get better. That's how you win.
I know Alonzo's brought in to be the starting quarterback. I know he's going to be limited for the first part of spring at least. What are you seeing from the other guys, from the other quarterbacks, you know, that are number one right now and will be eventually competing for the backup job?
Everybody's accurate right now. That's the biggest thing. Like I said, we built a lot of chemistry in this building that we're in right now. And everybody's been pretty accurate. Everybody's just been really detail-oriented. I think that's the biggest thing, stepping into day one, and we just got to keep building up.
It was pretty good, man. I like how the defense as a whole went out there and attacked the first day. It didn't really seem like the first day. I feel like the OTAs kind of set us ahead of that.
What are you doing in your game to improve?
Really just trying to take care of my body more going into that second year. And trying to bring...
So a lot of excitement for that upcoming season. Well, we're getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be back at the top of the hour. Welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live and have much...
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. I want to give you an update right now. It's 2 o'clock. I want to let you know where things stand with a couple of the things that we have been tracking throughout the morning and the afternoon as our live streaming news coverage continues. The first thing, I'm going to give you a live look at the White House right now, because we know the president has been briefed on a F-15 U.S. fighter jet that was downed over Iran. There's still not a lot of details about that. Not a whole lot of information that has come out, but we have seen through multiple reports that one crew member has been found. There is a search ongoing for the second crew member, and we're also hearing from the IDF that Israel has put a pause on their strikes in Iran right now while that search is continuing. So still awaiting official word from the White House, from the Secretary of War, CENTCOM, or anything like that. We will bring you updates as we get them, but that's where things stand right now. I also want to give you a live look from the capsule of Orion as Earth moves farther away and the moon gets closer. These are live images from that capsule carrying 4 crew members that launched from Florida Space Coast earlier this week, and they are heading toward the moon and will be there around Monday. So we'll talk more about that coming up in a little bit as well. But I want to begin by following up on a couple of stories that we've been tracking on Earth here. And I've got Fox 35's Marie Ettinger joining me live now. Marie, I know you've been looking through court documents today and learning a little bit more about this death investigation after remains were found in the compound.
Yeah, this is one of those stories that just gets progressively weirder and weirder and weirder the more details that come out about it. The gist is a man was just arrested, accused of murdering a person who we know is a convicted sex offender. The murderer wasn't anything like what we typically hear, or the murder itself. This man on your screen right now, Lucas Jones, he's accused of beating a man to death with a bat, and then chopping him up, placing those remains in a couple of different suitcases and other bags, and then discarding those bags in the area that you're looking at on your screen right now. It's known as the compound. There are kind of a lot of bodies found in that area. It's in Palm Bay. Other tiny little details, the man is also accused of saving bits of the victim's body or his DNA on slides that you would put under a microscope. Because of that, a lot of people online are likening this case to the show called Dexter. He does the same, where he kills people, chops them up, and saves their DNA on slides. Another thing about that show is that the main character tends to go after bad guys or people who he believes are not kind or are criminals. In this case, the man is again accused of killing a person who we know is a convicted sex offender, and the police report for this arrest says that Lucas's girlfriend told police he'd also been keeping a list of other sex offenders who lived in his area. Their addresses are public record through the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and the person he's accused of killing was amongst that list, somebody who lived nearby him. So there are just new details coming out about that. The girlfriend had originally told one story to police. She later came back, recanted, and said, okay, I'll fess up. It turns out that she says Lucas had been coaching her on what to say and saying that she'd seen the victim prior. It turns out she allegedly hadn't. And eventually the victim's parents had reported him missing. I did reach out to the family today. I have not heard back. But that's what we're looking at so far. I did also talk with a woman who was very recently in a car crash with Lucas, or he actually rolled over. She was not hit, but she very nearly was. She said that he'd been speeding and he was cited for driving recklessly. And she said at the time and testified in court that she thought he should be in jail for this incident. I talked to her today because she's feeling like if he'd been in jail then, that this potentially would not have happened.
So no really known connection between the suspect and the victim here, other than the victim had an address that was public record that was nearby to where the suspect lived?
Yeah, I spent a lot of time today trying to see if there was any connection so far, and obviously law enforcement is going to be looking into that as well. The offense that the victim was convicted of happened when he was 19 years old, and he'd been convicted of lewd and lascivious battery against a person between the ages of 12 and 16. His best friend at the time, a woman, is the one who reported him. She said that she witnessed that act, and that she was upset because there were nude photos of her on her friend's phone, who she had not shared those photos with him, so she wound up reporting him. But I looked into all that, and nobody listed or involved in that case, so far as I can tell, has any relation to the man on your screen now, the accused killer. And it doesn't seem like they went to the same school. They weren't from exactly the same area initially. So it seems like he just was allegedly going after people or sex offenders who lived in his area.
Interesting. So we'll see what more we learn from that case as it moves forward. I know you're also following up on an investigation today into an HOA. What update do you have for us on that?
Yeah, so just try to quickly summarize. This is dealing with an area called Stonebridge Place. It's under the Metro West Management Association, or Masters Association, excuse me. The HOA board had been removed by the MWMA after I started reaching out to them. Residents had been complaining for quite some time, just alleging various types of mismanagement, some of it financial, some of it with complaints about whether meetings were properly noticed. Things we hear about a lot, but to a fairly extreme degree. The board was removed. Since then, since the removal of the board, a lawsuit has now been filed against the former president of the HOA, who has access to a bank account where she's the sole signatory, and she is allegedly not signing that over or giving the present management company or other new HOA board members, the interim board, access to that account. So they're suing her for access. She has just filed, along with the other former board members, a countersuit, or just kind of not even a countersuit, it's their own lawsuit, saying that they should not have been removed. They're saying that the MWMA did not have the authority to do that they should have had an election instead, or should have done a properly noticed meeting ahead of removing them. So that lawsuit's just been filed. All in all, the people living in these communities are just so frustrated at the amount of money and time that they're putting into this, because they pay the attorneys for the HOA, and thus they are paying for all of these lawsuits. And again, this is their money that they were already concerned about how it was being used, and they do not like this use of it.
Interesting to see. We know that HOAs are such a hot button issue around here because and they are so common. So interesting stuff there. We appreciate you bringing that update to us.
Thanks, Garrett.
How long till there's an HOA on the future lunar base? We will see. Here's a live look right now at Orion and its views from that capsule, taking 4 crew members to the moon right now. It's going to fly around it. As we take a look at these live images, courtesy of NASA, we're going to take a break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area this afternoon. And glad to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who's joining us live from their newsroom in Tampa. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, a deputy-involved shooting is under investigation in the DeSoto Acres neighborhood following a family disturbance. So we're told that the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office were called to this home in DeSoto Acres around 6 p.m. yesterday. Now, this happened on the 5100 block of 59th Street. And 4 deputies arrived at the scene, and when they got there, they encountered 55-year-old Robert Boast. Investigators say Boast pulled a weapon from his waistband during this encounter. And according to the sheriff's office, deputies gave him several verbal commands, but he refused to listen. And that's when 2 deputies fired several shots, hitting Boast. That man was taken to a nearby hospital where he is currently listed in critical but stable condition. Officials say the situation started as a dispute between people in the main residence on the property. Now, Boast reportedly lives in a separate structure behind the main home. It is still unclear exactly how many shots were fired or if Boast ever fired his weapon. Detectives are now working to obtain a search warrant for the home to gather more evidence. Now, as per standard protocol, the 4 deputies who were involved in the shooting have been placed on paid administrative leave while the investigation continues. And anybody with any information is being asked to call the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office or leave an anonymous tip with Crime Stoppers. Garrett?
All right, in our Tampa Connection today, also learning more about a deadly hotel fire.
Yes, this actually happened in Avon Park early this morning. The Highlands County Sheriff's Office said it was alerted to this fire around 2 o'clock this morning, and they said it happened in a second-story room at an Econo Lodge on US 27 South. Deputies and fire crews arrived on the scene within minutes, and they made entry into a smoke-filled room. And once inside, they did discover an adult man and an adult woman were inside dead. Officials say they were both dead when they were being removed from the building. No other guests or first responders were reportedly injured in this fire. And at this point, we're being told by a public information officer with the Highlands County Sheriff's Office that this fire does not appear to be suspicious and no other rooms were impacted. However, the state fire marshal is currently investigating the cause of the blaze while the sheriff's office is conducting a death investigation. Garrett?
Well, certainly glad that there weren't others who were injured or affected, because this is something, when you're talking about so many rooms in such a close space, that could have been a much different situation, even beyond that.
Yeah, this definitely could have been a much different situation. Again, there are still a lot of questions surrounding this fire at this point in time. We don't know how this fire got started. And like I mentioned, this was contained only to that one room that was on the second floor of that Econo Lodge. So the state fire marshal is investigating the cause of that fire, because right now it is unclear. But we are being told by the sheriff's office that at this point it does not appear to be suspicious in nature.
All right, and finally, Nancy, in our Tampa Connection, what do we know about this movie that's being produced in the Bay Area? I'm seeing a lot of people talking about this on social media.
Yeah, this is actually really cool, and it's been pretty much our top story all morning and for a good portion of last night. So there is a new movie featuring Paul Rudd that is being filmed over in St. Pete Beach, and 175 people took a trip back into the 80s yesterday as they tried on period-accurate costumes for the very first time. Now, this upcoming film is called The Statement, and it is a period drama and a dark comedy directed by Academy Award winner Tom McCarthy. Now, the star-studded cast features Paul Rudd, who I mentioned, Evan Peters, Amy Ryan, and Paul Giamatti. Now, the story is based on the book called Losing Earth, and this chronicles a real 1980 conference that was held at the Don Cesar Hotel. Now, at that meeting, government officials, scientists, and activists debated the future of climate change. Producers say the film focuses on the high-stakes goal of those leaders trying to craft a unified statement. Now, bringing the 1980s back to life required a little bit of movie magic, magic and a change of scenery. Now, while the Dom Cesar recently underwent extensive renovations following the 2024 hurricanes, the updated interior no longer looks like the 80s. And because of that, the crew filmed the indoor ballroom scenes in New Orleans, but they are returning to the Pink Palace and St. Pete Beach to shoot all of the outdoor scenes. Now, Bay Area leaders and producers hope that the project highlights the benefits of filming right here in the Bay Area. The Film Commission says the production provides a boost to the local economy and could drive what's being called film tourism, as viewers see the iconic resort on the big screen and they may decide to book a stay. Now, while locals are excited for the chance to potentially rub elbows with the Hollywood stars, they will have to wait a little bit longer to see the final product. The statement, as of right now, does not have an official release date. Garrett?
All right, Nancy, did you audition to be an extra?
No, I didn't audition, but it does look like a lot of fun, especially if you get to dress like the 80s again.
Yeah, missed opportunity there. Come on.
Yes.
You could have been a star.
I know, yeah. Yeah, it was opportunity definitely to have the big bangs again and the big puffy hair and the neon, and so it would have been a lot of fun, but maybe next time.
All right, to Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us for our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
So excited to see that movie when it comes out. Kind of neat to see some more of those films and things that you know you're going to be seeing on the big screen kind of filmed around the area.
And that hotel in particular is iconic. So
Yeah.
I feel like as soon as you drive by it, you know exactly what we're talking about. Also, Nancy would have been a great extra.
I know, I agree. Well, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard joining me now with our Florida Live forecast, and a lot of eyes on the forecast because we know there's chance for rain this weekend, and this is a big weekend where folks are going to be spending time with family, probably trying to do things outside, Easter services, Easter egg hunts,
Yes.
all kinds of things.
Yes, and I do have some good news. So I think we're only going to be seeing a couple of scattered showers here and there, but keeping my fingers crossed and bunny ears, I guess, as well, to make sure that this forecast is the best we can make it as we head into a very, very busy spring weekend. So taking a look, here's downtown Orlando. It is beautiful out there right now. It is warm, it is sunny. It's just a little on the humid side, but not enough that it's very like you walk outside and it's immediately sweating. So things are looking absolutely beautiful out there as we wrap up the work week and kick off the weekend. So any plans basically through the rest of the evening, good to go. Here's your storm tracker radar right now. Just seeing a couple of very spotty showers across the region. Kind of seeing, again, that onshore flow, winds coming in directly off the water from the southeast. This is what's, again, just bringing in those very spotty showers, quick 5-10 minute sprinkles, and it's out of here. We may see another couple of thunderstorms pop up a little bit more past the I-75 corridor, more off to the west, but other than that, that's really all we're tracking out there, at least through the rest of the evening. So things are looking good. Partly cloudy skies, temperatures right now in the mid 80s, and we could be even possibly reaching the upper 80s, taking a look ahead to tomorrow. So of course, it is Easter weekend, so breaking it down, here's what we're looking at through for your Saturday. Tonight, temperature is going to be falling in throughout the 60s across the region. Very comfortable, very mild. Be careful as you're heading out the door for your Saturday morning because there will be some patchy fog, especially up in the Gainesville, Ocala, down I-75 area. So just be careful if you are planning on traveling any of those corridors as we head through tomorrow morning. So for your forecast tomorrow, temperatures going to be beautiful, mid upper 80s across the region, very warm, very sunny, and we're going to be seeing about a 10% chance of a spotty shower or two popping up throughout the afternoon. Now Sunday, we're expecting a cold front to move in for the start of the work week, so any rain chances are going to be very scattered taking a look at your Sunday, but it will be the chance of like a little bit of a delay and maybe some egg hunts if you do have those planned, especially throughout the afternoon. So just a little bit of a heads up there, because as we do also take a look at the temperatures, you'll also need to probably do those egg hunts a little bit earlier on in the morning as well, because highs on Sunday, we're looking at about 85 degrees right now. 85, 86 is what we're calling for right now, which means by the time you find that chocolate or maybe even some of those marshmallows, they'll probably be a little bit melted. So just a heads up out there, maybe trying to schedule those egg hunts and more in the morning as opposed to the afternoon, not only because of the heat, but also that shower chance as well. Because as we do take a look ahead to your Easter Sunday, Sunday morning, things are looking great. Any church services, brunch plans that you might have look fantastic. Sunny skies, temperature slowly warming up. And then once we head into about the 1-2 o'clock hour, that's when we can start to see those clouds build in and a couple of those very spotty showers, kind of more similar to what we saw yesterday with those storms kind of picking up throughout the afternoon. That's pretty much what we'll see from about 3 to 8 p.m. tomorrow. More higher rain chances taking a look ahead to the start of the week. So here's your Easter Sunday forecast. Seeing a couple of those storms kind of picking up at the early afternoon and kind of staying consistent as we head through the evening and overnight plans. So basically anything before noon, any Easter activities that you might have planned look good to go for sure to spend outside. So here's the forecast through the rest of the day today. Maybe seeing a couple of storms popping up by Gainesville and Ocala. Other than that, we're mainly clear through the rest of the overnight tonight. Patchy fog early, taking a look at your Saturday, and then taking a look ahead to your Sunday. This is when we could be seeing the possibility of those storms pop up. But Saturday, definitely the pick of the weekend for sure if you're looking to spend the entire day outside. But this is what we have kind of moving in, taking a look at the start of the work week. So we have this cold front that's slowly going to be inching down further into Florida, but this isn't going to be affecting us on Sunday. However, this will kind of have this surge of moisture and warm air out ahead of the front, which will lead to those spotty showers like what you see across Orlando, Daytona, even down towards Port St. Lucie. As we take a look, here's Sunday 1 p.m. That's when we'll start to see those clouds pick up and a few more of those storms starting to pick up as well. Taking a look ahead to your Sunday evening. Front doesn't move through until about Monday morning, which is when we're going to be seeing more of those storms kind of pick up out ahead of that front as well as into the evening. So as we do take a look at those rain chances over the next couple of days, Saturday, again, pick of the weekend. Scattered storms on Sunday, more of those widespread storms taking a look ahead as we take a look Monday and Tuesday. We're seeing a little bit of a temperature drop, nothing huge though, very refreshing little temperature drop. Taking a look ahead to Wednesday as we see those temps drop back down into the upper 70s.
All right, temperatures in the 70s, not too bad.
Not too bad, very refreshing,
Yeah.
I'd say, because genuinely, I feel bad for my jeans. They've kind of been pushed to the back of the closet just because now we've been so regularly in the 80s.
Yeah, but they got plenty of use in the winter.
Yeah, they did.
It was cold.
It was cold.
So I don't feel too bad for them.
No, that is one thing I am really happy about is that you can probably attest to this growing up, especially this year, taking a look at my back home forecast, people are going to be in sweater dresses and like total winter gear for Easter this year, and I'm complaining that I can't wear jeans. So
Yeah, I mean, hey, the palm trees, the sun, even with the chance of rain tomorrow or this weekend for Easter, we'll take it.
Yeah, for sure. I agree.
But as I understand it, you have someone in your household who got to meet the Easter Bunny.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Tell us about this. I've got the picture here.
A little bit of a context first and foremost. So there is a shelter that I've been working with for a couple months now. This is Save a Life Pet Rescue. So if you are looking for a furry new friend, they hold adoption events every Saturday at the Oviedo Mall. Their storefront is right by the food court in the Regal Cinema. So make sure you go check those out. If you are looking for a friend to maybe bring home for Easter, they might be barking instead of hopping. But overall, this is a little fundraiser that they did last Saturday, and you could bring your pet to go see the Easter Bunny. Now, Garrett has met my girl before. This is Honey. If you don't follow me on social media, she is very present on there. Genuinely, my professional page is a Honey fan page.
Nothing wrong with that.
So, Garrett, you know that Honey, she is a little bit shy as like a first meeting, but then she warms up very quickly, and then she's like your best friend if you just give her a couple of treats. She was not a big fan of the Easter Bunny.
She doesn't look, she's got her ears back, you can see in that picture. I can tell she doesn't look like she's super enthused.
And if you take just the super down real quick, just look at the blanket. It's all like bunched up, so I literally had to like pull her back just a little bit so she would just sit next to the Easter Bunny. But she did pose. One thing that she is very good at is posing for a picture, and I think it turned out pretty good.
I think so. She's doing her best, doing her best to take a good picture with Mom and the Easter Bunny. So she's a very good girl. I love that. We've not taken ours to meet the Easter Bunny. We have taken ours to meet Santa before.
She has met Santa too. She was not a fan either. So the first time I did bring her to meet Santa, this is like the first year that I had her, only had her for like 2 months at this point, and she tried to give Santa a little bit of a nibble, and his beard got caught in her collar, so she gave a little tug to Santa's beard, which definitely wasn't ideal. So she's not necessarily the best fan of Santa, but she's also not the biggest fan of the Easter Bunny as of right now.
Hopefully not still on Santa's naughty list.
No, I think she made up for it.
Now we have given ours an Easter egg hunt by putting some treats in eggs and hiding them around the yard. So you might have to do that for Honey.
Oh, okay. Listen, I like that idea.
Sniff them out.
I don't know if she actually would.
The difference is I have 2 hounds.
That's true.
So a beagle and a foxhound. So they are constantly using their noses to sniff things out, and it gets them into trouble. So that was a constructive way that we could let them sniff some things out.
I like that a lot. One thing that I do love about Honey though is that she's so grateful for like a new toy that I give her. So I do have an Easter toy for her coming up. So
Hopefully she's not watching, and here's the
sorry, honey.
Surprise. Spoiled.
Oops, sorry. But she does have an Easter toy on the way, but she will like hold it around and like baby it and snuggle it until she gives like a little rip in it, and then it's game over.
Yep. Well, what can you do?
Happy Easter, everybody. Have a great weekend.
Happy Easter. Laurel, we appreciate you coming in. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live, and more striking images as Orion heads away from Earth and ever closer to the moon on its lunar flyby mission. I had the chance to catch up with Don Platt, who is a Florida Tech professor and the director of the Spaceport Education Center. Joined me earlier today to talk about the latest in the Artemis II mission, the translunar injection burn that was done last night that set these astronauts on their course to the moon. There's another burn coming up a little bit later today. And so we talked with Dr. Platt about what's next for this crew, the 4 astronauts on board, and what they can expect as they get closer to the moon. And what a fun week to be keeping an eye on the stars.
Yeah, things are just incredible. It's sort of just like the 1960s, but here in the 21st century. So it's a little bit of the best of every world possible. And you're right, the views are amazing. It's just really an incredible mission with so much going right on this mission so far. It's incredible. We don't want to jinx it or anything, but so far it's really amazing.
Yeah, especially after they fixed the toilet issue, that would have been a concern. But now that that's taken care of, certainly things are probably going a lot smoother.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like there's always a problem in that vein here. The shuttle had that issue many times too. So one day we'll get it figured out.
But now let's talk about what Artemis is doing now, because we talked about the translunar injection burn that was done last night, and that decision whether to do that or not, and they have taken that step, and now they're headed toward the moon. So just talk to us a little bit about how that works.
Yeah, so it's sort of like you've made the decision to get on the roller coaster, and the roller coaster has started. So you're going to be on the ride. No getting off the ride now. Yeah, so they're on the way to the moon. There's nothing that can happen now to sort of turn that around. So they'll be going towards the moon over the weekend and flying by. By Monday or so, they'll be on their way back towards the Earth. And so basically right now it's a matter of collecting data, checking out how the spacecraft works, taking more amazing pictures as the Earth gets smaller and the moon gets bigger as they're moving on that trajectory.
And in this image, this kind of animation we have here, the moon is static and the Earth is static here, but it's really kind of fascinating to see and to know how how they're going to kind of catch up with it in really kind of like slingshot around it in some ways.
Right. So it's one of these situations where you got to aim for where the moon will be when you get out to that distance from the Earth. And so you've got to target where the moon will be in the future, and then sort of fly in front of the moon, and that'll take you around the moon. The moon's gravity will kind of change your trajectory a bit and slingshot you back out, and so then you're on your way home. And so it's what they call a free return trajectory. So there's no rocket burn needed in order for them to go through this whole trajectory and to actually wind up back at the Earth.
So what's going to be happening over the next couple of days as they get closer to the moon? As they get so much farther away from Earth, are they going to notice, are the astronauts themselves going to notice any changes? Are things going to feel different as they get farther out? And then once they get kind of in the orbit of the moon, what's it going to be like for them?
Yeah, they won't really notice too much difference because they're still on sort of, if you will, a free fall trajectory. But they will definitely see that big moon in their window, and that'll be taking up a bigger and bigger part of their window. And so it's going to be very attention grabbing, especially since they've spent the last couple days near the Earth and observing the Earth from orbit. So now they can contrast that with a very different environment of looking down on the lunar surface.
And then talk to us a little bit more about their return home, because you mentioned that they won't really have to do anything for that. It's just kind of using the natural orbits or
the physics. Yeah.
Talk to us about that.
Yeah, so basically, they're still in an orbit of the Earth. It's just that this orbit is going to intersect with the moon at the distance that the moon is from the Earth. And so then they'll take advantage of some of the gravitational pull of the moon to sort of pull the spacecraft towards the moon. Now, obviously, they're not landing on the moon. They're just going to sort of go around the moon and then start that trajectory back towards the Earth. And so essentially, they're using the moon to sort of change the direction of the space vehicle.
It's fascinating stuff, I think, for those of us who are not space experts to kind of hear about and to think about. Dr. Platt, just haven't had the chance to talk with you since the launch, and I just want to get your kind of big picture thoughts on what we've seen and kind of the captivation with this mission and future missions.
Yeah. Well, it's been almost 60 years since humans have been out at the moon. Now, we can look up at the moon at night and think that indeed there are humans approaching that moon. And over the weekend, essentially when we look up and see the moon, we're actually, although we can't really see it, but we're actually looking at 4 people when we look at the moon then too. And so again, most of the people who are alive today never experienced that because the Apollo missions were so long ago. And I think that people will really be inspired by that. And I think this will open up really a new age of exploration. We've done a lot and learned a lot, but it's all been in Earth orbit for the last 50 years. And so now we're kind of getting out of the cradle again and going out and exploring deeper. And, that famous term, pushing the envelope. So we're really pushing the envelope again and going towards the bounds of what humanity has accomplished. And so I think it's an exciting time, and I think this will really kind of stimulate people. And I think there's kids today that are watching this mission this week who will, again, 30 years from now or whatever, look back on this and say, wow, that was really amazing. And that really kind of stimulated me on my trajectory for my career.
It really does make you look at the moon a little differently, doesn't it?
Oh, it certainly does. I agree with that completely. It was amazing when we had the launch the other day. The moon came up just maybe an hour and a half after the Artemis II launch the other day, and that was just very poignant. And to really contemplate that, it seemed like the moon was a little closer then. I mean, it's just it's a matter of what is within humanity's reach.
Yeah, it's really neat and very exciting, I think. And so just to kind of bottom line for us, as we head into this weekend, we know they'll be getting to the moon here in just a few short days. What's going to be going on in the meantime, and what should we be watching for as we keep our eyes out on updates?
Well, we always want to make sure that the space vehicle is still performing well. Obviously, life support is of utmost importance, and making sure there aren't any leaks. There have been some concerns here and there about some small leaks, but in the end, it was just sort of a false alarm, if you will. So we'll be monitoring the life support system, making sure they're able to maintain communication. They're collecting data on things like the radiation environment and how much radiation gets inside the Orion capsule, which will be important for the future when astronauts not only go out and around the moon, but will be staying in lunar orbit for a period of time and then on the surface of the moon. So that's going to be important data. Just overall evaluating the Orion spacecraft and how it works with humans and how humans can adapt and, the little things, learning about how it flies. And this will be amazingly important information for the future crews that use this type of spacecraft to
Dr. Platt speaking with us earlier today about the ramifications and the continuing things that we'll learn that will be put into practice for future missions to the moon and beyond. We're going to take a break right now. Just take in that scene. My goodness. I'm going to take a break right here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live, and I want to give you some information about a story that we're just learning about out of Osceola County, a shooting on Westmoreland Circle in Kissimmee. We are told by the Osceola County Sheriff's Office that an adult man was found shot at that scene this afternoon, a little after 12:30 today. We're told that an elderly man located at the same home was identified as a suspect, taken into custody without incident. So we're working to learn more about that, but I wanted to give you that update as that story develops this afternoon in Osceola County. We're also following a story out of Southwest Florida and talking about alligator Alcatraz that has gotten the attention of a couple of Democratic lawmakers on Capitol Hill. Two U.S. senators, one John Ossoff, a Democrat from Georgia, and Dick Durbin, who's in the leadership of the Senate, and a Democratic senator from Illinois. They are looking into questions about a so-called torture box that's being used, that they believe is being used at Alligator Alcatraz, a temporary immigration detention facility in Southwest Florida. And earlier today, I had the chance to speak with J. Kyle Foster, who is a reporter with the Naples Daily News, who has been following this, has read the letter from these senators and talked with us more about what happens next in that process.
Hey, the probe was prompted by what they're calling legitimate allegations about this torture box called the box, and it's apparently a 2x2 confined space. It sits outside. Possibly people are shackled while they're inside of it, and it's used as a punishment. What they're asking is, and they're asking the DHS and ICE, does it exist? Is it being used at any other immigration detention centers? How often has it been used since Alligator Alcatraz opened in July of 2025? Who decides when it's used, and for how long are people in it? And they're also asking that its use be ceased immediately.
So where did information about this or reports about this, the box, come from? Where did this kind of originate?
So initially, there were reports in July, even like right after it opened, that this was being used. And then that followed with an investigation by Amnesty International and a report that came out by them that also talked about the box and torture that was happening at Alligator Alcatraz. In addition, there was a Senate committee, oversight committee, that had testimony from detainees' families and letters written by detainees' families that also mentioned the box. And these were organized by the Workers Network, who helped bring those families to the Senate hearing.
And these senators in this probe, they put a deadline on answers for this. So just in the next few days?
The next few days, August 8th is when they're wanting answers. April 8th is what they're wanting answers by. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they'll get them, but that's when they want them. And then I think the pressure will continue after that if they don't get answers right away.
Yeah. So what is the next step in this? I mean, I know there have been a number of challenges and lawsuits and questions that have been asked. And so what kind of does happen next with this?
I think that, I can't speak for the senators at all, but the next process seems to have been when answers aren't given and information and documents are not shared when they need to be, are lawsuits that happen. What happens with the senators, I don't know if they'll have a press release, a press conference, but they are saying they feel very strongly about getting to the bottom of this.
Because in their, the senators kind of wrote descriptions saying that the reports and descriptions of this box that they have heard, they called them particularly egregious. What stood out about it?
That it is considered torture, and that goes against the rules of detention and also of international rules for detention. And they're trying to protect the detainees who are being held there. We don't actually know how many are there. These are questions that have been asked, and we're not getting answers to. So they're trying to get this particular situation because it is torture. That's what they're trying to stop. Treatment of detainees being human, really.
Has there been response from some of these advocacy groups that have been pushing to get that facility shut down?
Yes, in particular, the Workers Circle, which is a national organization. I did speak with them about it, and they were very pleased at this step that's happening because they were also present. Representatives were present at the Senate oversight hearing in early March, and particularly talking about the treatment of the detainees. And this is what they're trying to stop.
J. Kyle Foster, reporter with the Naples Daily News. We appreciate you sharing your reporting with us, and thanks for taking the time to talk to us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Garrett, thanks so much for having me. Have a nice day.
You too. Now let's talk a little taxes. Did your eyes just glaze over when I said that? Or did your palms start sweating? Because we are just a couple of weeks away from the deadline to file your taxes. But as the kind of pressure ramps up as we get closer to that deadline, we also know from experts that the risk of scams really ramps up too, because scammers are trying to take advantage of that. And earlier today, I spoke with the National Cybersecurity Alliance, who talked to us about those increasing risks of scams and how AI has really changed the game when it comes to tax scams this time of year. So the deadline, the tax deadline's coming up. What is it about that, scams, really kind of beginning to ramp up as that deadline gets near? Is that just scammers trying to take advantage of people's kind of growing sense of urgency?
Yeah, you nailed it. It's, scammers love to take advantage of our psychology to get us to act in ways that benefit them without, looking out for ourselves. So we tend to miss, red flags and indicators that they might not be who they say they are. So that sense of urgency is one of the biggest things that we look at whenever we talk about, phishing, social engineering, and online scams. So that's really one of the biggest pieces that they're able to take advantage of during this tax time.
And what are some of those latest scams that you guys are seeing?
Yeah, so we commonly see, impersonation. So usually that will sound like the attacker pretending to be the IRS, or they'll pretend to be maybe a advanced tax refund loan program, or they might pretend to be the tax filing service themselves. And so that can look like phishing emails, it can look like phone calls, it can be text messages, or it can be cloned websites or malicious ads on social media. So you can really see these things kind of coming through all different sorts of mediums.
And why are these so convincing? How are they able to be so convincing?
Well, today, attackers have this really helpful tool we call AI. And so with artificial intelligence, they can just write up really convincing backgrounds and stories about who they are and what they need. And the AI will help them do that. So they don't even have to be as creative as they used to be. But what it can also do is it can create entirely fake personas. They can duplicate websites to make them look just like the real thing. So when you get that phishing link, not only is it really well written, there's no misspellings, there's no language barrier whatsoever, but the logos, the font, everything will look just like it would if it was the legitimate site. So it's super hard to tell when you're looking at something that isn't legitimate or what it purports to be. You layer that in with the sense of authority. So if you have somebody contacting you pretending to be a government agent, they have that built-in authority figure that people are more likely to comply with. And then you have the sense of urgency with the tax deadline, and then the fact that you're dealing with, potentially thousands of dollars either in having to pay taxes or looking for some kind of refund. You kind of have a perfect storm of vulnerability in our psychology that the attackers start to take advantage of.
Cliff, it's kind of scary to hear that those spelling errors, the grammar mistakes, those things, really aren't there anymore, because those are the things that we've been told to watch out for.
Exactly. Yeah. The one thing that I tell people these days is it's not about what you see, it's about what you find yourself doing, right? So if somebody said, hey, a stranger's going to call you on the phone and ask you for your social security number, you'd be like, okay, I'm never going to do that. But when the IRS calls you and they know your social security number and they know your address, they know your name, they know everything about you, and then they ask you to wire money to an account so that you don't get arrested, that's a whole different story, right? So they come up with these ways to scare us and to trick us into compliance with something we would never normally do. So don't look at who's calling or what they say or how you're, what the details are. Think about what's actually being asked of you. And is this normal? Is this something you would expect to be happening? And if it's not, then you really just have to pause and take a step back and, call them back or call a different number, check with a friend or family member, let them know what's going on, because these scams are so highly personalized that they simply will not work on anyone but you. So when you talk to somebody else, they'll be able to tell you, yeah, this is definitely a scam, don't call that number. And if you're ever unsure, just, hang up, go find a legitimate number for the IRS or for your tax refund service or whatever the scam is purporting to be. Go find a number on your own and verify the information separately.
Some important things to keep in mind as that deadline nears. We're going to take a break on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. A somber ceremony earlier today up in the Panhandle at the Department of Corrections memorial ceremony being held in Crawfordville in McCulloch County. We also heard at that ceremony from the State Department of Corrections Secretary, who talked about some of the challenges facing those who work in the Department of Corrections.
Describe the dangers of this job that maybe a lot of folks just aren't familiar with.
It's inherently dangerous just by its nature, but when you add some of the conditions that we've dealt with over the years, and the staffing issues, not just in Florida but around the country in this profession, it makes it even more challenging. I certainly appreciate the efforts of our governor and the House and Senate. They've been kind to us over the last several years, but we have more work to do. I say that because the danger that is just natural with the profession anyway is kind of exacerbated when you add the staffing challenges and some of the things these people have had to deal with. working on that. It's just a reminder of that every time we come here. You know, we see it and we walk around prisons and we talk about it in front of the legislature frequently. But every year I stand here and remember incidents that happened either while on duty, people that have died inside of our prisons over the years, or just from stress-related issues associated with the challenges. It's a high, very, very high PTSD issues in this profession. The things these people see aren't what normal people or people in other professions experience. So there's a lot of challenges that come with the job.
Right. So just in terms of the additional dangers that you're facing in terms of not having the staffing that you would like to have, what kinds of things are we talking about? Like, I would assume, you've got fewer officers around larger numbers of inmates, but maybe there's more to it than that as well.
It is. It's compounding. When you don't have the number of staff you need, the ratios decline to levels that aren't acceptable. The overtime required of the staff increases and contributes to recidivism or to the retention issues with them. How tired the staff are working all those hours is not healthy in this environment. Long hours aren't good in any profession, but in this kind of danger, you don't want your staff fatigued. So it's contributed significantly over the years. Again, I am so appreciative to the efforts that's occurred. As you know, we've got a significant request in this year and with the legislature. I appreciate the governor as always for recognizing that need and supporting it. I've had personal conversations with the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House. And I just am so thankful for the time they took to dig in and understand our challenges. We don't never know how things are going to turn out when session's over. I'm convinced they understand how critical this is, and just looking forward to a lot of support this year in that area and in competitive pay, so we can keep this system online and keep our staff safe and the people that we're in charge that are entrusted to our care and custody.
What would you say is the bigger need?
The Department of Corrections Secretary at that event earlier today. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. We're out of time, but I want to let you know 3:30 we're going to get an update from NASA on Artemis II, and we'll live stream that for you.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We've been live streaming the last 4 hours here. Still have more time with you here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. And so 3 o'clock right now, I just want to let you know where things stand when it comes to the search for the second crew member of the F-15 jet that was downed in Iran. Fox News reporting that one pilot has been rescued, but the search is ongoing for that second crew member. We're told the first crew member is receiving medical care. Fox News also reporting that this happened late last night while it was dark. And so still a lot of questions, still not much officially confirmed from the U.S. military or from U.S. Officials from the Trump administration, still waiting for some more on that. Obviously a developing scene as the search continues in Iran. We're told that we're seeing reporting from Fox News that the IDF is pausing Israel's strikes on Iran right now while that search continues. So that's kind of where things stand right now. Not a whole lot has changed in the last little bit with that. I also want to give you a live look right now in space as the Orion capsule moves further and further from Earth. And we're awaiting an update from NASA coming up at 3:30, a status briefing on where things stand and the next steps. So we are looking forward to that. We will be live streaming that for you here on Fox Local and also on YouTube. I want to take you now, though, to this ceremony in Crawfordville earlier today, where they were honoring fallen Department of Corrections officers and employees at a ceremony in the Panhandle. We heard from the Department of Corrections Secretary, some other officials speaking at that event earlier today.
But to make sure those we lost are never forgotten. A place where we pause, not only to reflect, but to ensure their legacy lives on. Each name etched here represents a life of courage, commitment, and service. These officers stood on the front lines of public safety, often in challenging and dangerous conditions. They answer a call greater than themselves and paid the highest price. As we know, this is one of the toughest jobs in public safety, and it carries real risks every single day. Each day, our staff put themselves in harm's way to keep Florida safe, and today is a powerful reminder of that. To the families of our fallen heroes, your loss is not forgotten, and your loved ones will always be part of the FDC family. We stand with you not just today, but every day. We honor their sacrifice by continuing to do this vital work with purpose and passion. This memorial stands as a promise that their service and sacrifice will live on. It's also a commitment that we will keep working to support and protect those who continue to serve. We will never forget their sacrifice, and we will continue to serve with the same strength and dedication they showed to ensure their legacy endures for generations to come. Thank you.
The memorial wreath is a tribute to those we honor today. It is covered with 107 roses, representing a member of our agency who has made the ultimate sacrifice during their service to the Florida Department of Corrections. It contains 76 white roses representing on duty and 31 red roses representing in the line of duty. I would like to introduce to you Sergeant Andrew Reese and Correctional Probation Specialist Charles Sanders, who will recognize our fallen officers and employees.
Let us pause now as we remember the 107 officers and employees. We will forever honor their legacy of commitment, dedication, and service. Let us read their names.
Ike L. Still.
William Henry Hunt.
W. R. Brannon.
Grant R. Donor.
John F. Graydon.
James G. Godwin.
Howard D. Starling.
Lester B. Sumner.
James W. Parr.
Julie Gabor Cadell.
Paul Jordan.
Charlie T. Foster.
Lauriston F. Eustis.
Richard J. Burke.
Jorn T. Svensson.
Donald L. Polizak.
John S. Denard.
Hoyt L. Ergel.
Charles Andrew Cooper.
Huey R. Clemens, Jr.
George A. Bocook.
Kenneth M. Hendrick.
Alan Bernstein.
Jerome A. Williams.
Joseph Olone.
Arthurine Alexander.
Melody Copeland.
Larry L. Oliver.
William H. Shaw.
Jackie Whitlock.
Lee Chuck Dunn.
Julian Vasquez.
Michael J. McCarthy.
Mark B. Brotherton.
Darla K. Lathram.
Stephen Francis Slater.
Arlene J. Fox.
Donna J. Fitzgerald.
Robert E. Weidman.
Adam M. Sanderson.
Greg G. Malloy.
Kirk A. Cummings.
Reuben H. Thomas III.
Eric B. Simpson.
John L. Rourke.
George Ramos.
Karen B. Smith.
Thomas A. Crosby.
Tawana V. Marin.
Derek I. Dunn.
Robert W. Rogers.
Joseph L. Foster.
Johnny Brown III.
James Helferich.
Ginger J. Eustace.
Londell Woodbury Jr.
Octavius L. Tooks.
Nicole S. Mears.
Jack S. Stewart.
William S. Fox.
John C.J. Anaroma.
Daniel J. Swain.
Matthew C. Sanders.
Derek Stewart.
Isaiah Griffin III.
Willie J. Caldwell Jr.
Chester E. Bren.
Timothy A. Forehand.
Joni M. Miller.
Colonel H. Abraham.
Charles B. McKinney.
Vincent R. Inman.
Donnie T. Orman.
Lawrence C. Scott.
Sandra A. Cruz.
Andrew O. Kaufman.
Marshall D. Herring.
Joshua E. McCumber.
Tony M. Bennett.
Tina L. Davis.
David W. Yarborough.
Travis A. Wheatley.
Oscar Montalvin.
Rodson Filzami.
Heath D. Vinson.
Sheila R. Messer.
Thomas L. Beavis.
Whitney N. Cloud.
Todd A. Rushing.
Thomas K. Perry.
Michael J. Worst.
Jeffrey A. Smith.
Tiffany J. Irvin.
Christopher M. Izor.
David A. Kelsey.
William E.
Sauls. Evan B. Cressman. Christone P. Privat, Jr. Kelly K. Klimkowski. Alan D. Peterson. Brian J. Golden. Adam S. Floyd. For those of you in attendance today, we wish to acknowledge your loved one's sacrifice in service to the department. Let us now remember and honor those who we lost last year. Please. One step forward. Right. One. Please. Officer Timothy Johnson. Correctional Officer Timothy R. Johnson began his career with the department in August 2023 and served with dedication until his passing on February the 18th, 2025, while on duty. He was assigned to Century Correctional Institution, where he found his passion in corrections and took pride in his work. Officer Johnson was born in Jamestown, New York, to Timothy Lee Johnson and Cordelia Thompson. He was preceded in death by his father, Timothy Lee Johnson, and his stepfather, Richard Thompson. He is survived by his daughter, Ashley Miller, grandsons, his mother, and 4 sisters. Officer Johnson was married to Devonna Johnson for 26 years, who passed away on March 15th, 2025. Officer William Sullivan. Correctional Officer William Sullivan began his career with the department in October 2024 and served with dedication and passion until his passing on June 21st, 2025, while on duty. He was assigned to Charlotte Correctional Institution. Officer Sullivan was highly respected and known for his dedication, love of cooking, and protective nature. He was born to Harold Glendine Sullivan and Elizabeth Ann Sullivan. He was a graduate of Bendel High School and Muskegon Community College,
where he earned an associate's degree in criminal justice. He is survived by his wife, Katie, children Ethan and Emma Sullivan, stepchildren Lauren, Noah, Abigail, and Grace Wise, grandson Jack Wise, and siblings Tamara, Esperanza, and Robert Sullivan. He was preceded in death by his parents and his brother, Harold.
Officer James Jackson. Correctional Officer James Alexander Jackson began his career with the department in December 2024 at Hardy Correctional Institution. During his time with the agency, he served with commitment and determination and was known for his smile, upbeat personality, and eagerness to learn. Officer Jackson is survived by his beloved son Jeremiah Alexander Jackson, his parents James Jackson Jr. and Jennifer Battle Jackson, and his brother Alfonso Jermel Jackson. Officer Jackson's dreams, laughter, and larger-than-life presence left a lasting impression. Though his journey was cut short on August 15, 2025, while in the line of duty, his legacy will live on in the hearts of those who loved him.
Please rise as we follow the family of this year's honorees, escorted by the Reception and Medical Center Honor Guard, as we transition our ceremony to the memorial wall.
That from that ceremony earlier today in Crawfordville. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Coming up on 3:30 and a NASA update on the mission status for Artemis II and those 4 astronauts that are heading toward the moon. We will bring that to you live coming up in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, the Orlando Magic gearing up for a game tonight in Dallas against the Mavs, a game that the Magic really would love to win. They have been struggling lately, and we had the chance to hear from a couple of players, Wendell Carter Jr., Desmond Bain, speaking during shoot-around today about the Magic trying to get back on track.
What do you take away from that one that you guys want to see replicated tonight? And how is the energy of how you guys want to come out strong against this Dallas team?
Just about putting all 48 together. We have spurts who are really good, and we have spurts where we have, we go scoreless and we're allowing the other team to get whatever they want on the other end. So I think just putting together a full 48 of usually how we start games has been pretty good, pretty consistent throughout the whole year. I think we just got to do a better job of just sticking to what's working for the whole 48 and not getting down on ourselves when things aren't going our way.
When you look at this Eastern Conference playoff picture, despite what's gone on the last 10 games, it's still very tight. How much do you look at that and still know a lot still could be ahead of you guys if everything gets in order?
I check it every day. I don't know about anybody else. I'm sure guys are checking it constantly. That's the beauty of this game. It's you live to play in moments like this, playing games that every game is meaningful. So we just got to do a better job of understanding now. It's do or die. You got six more of these regular season games left, and it's an opportunity. We can change our future. Depending on how we play these next 6.
I'll let you talk about a kid from Kendra's favorite school. What stood out about Cooper the last time you went against him?
No one cares about that school.
Man, how poised he is. I feel like he's way ahead of his years. He's came into a situation where they're letting him rock out, letting him, make mistakes, go through, the trials and tribulations of being a #1 draft pick. With a guy like Jason Kidd coaching him, he probably has a lot of support around him out here. I think the sky's the limit for that kid. He played, it was his first game back, so he was a little rusty when we played him. But, we all know what he's capable of. And, I see him having a very, very good NBA career.
Yeah, we're focusing on ourselves, watching ourselves back and how we've been playing, understanding that we can be better, in a lot of areas. So I'm excited for the opportunity and the challenge tonight.
Des, when you look at the playoff picture, despite how the last 10 have gone, you guys are still right there for 6, 7, ability to climb up in the Eastern Conference. How much do you guys know that could still be ahead of you if everything gets in order over the next 6 games?
Yeah, we're focused on one game at a time. I think that everybody's kind of talked about it. Just want to be playing basketball that you feel good about and are confident in headed into the postseason. So I think that we're approaching this the right way, and we'll continue to get better down the stretch.
When you look at this Mavericks team, what kind of stands out about them? What are some of the areas you guys have to lock in to get a win tonight?
Yeah, they got really good size across the board, really push the ball, try to get into the paint. They got a lot of guys that can do a lot of different things. So, we're going to have to be super locked in tonight to get one done on the road.
So time is running out for them to get things back on track. Not much left in the regular season. Magic likely going to be playing in one of those play-in games, but things are it's just been a rough stretch for them. So some things to work on that you heard them talk about as well. And so we will see what happens. 8:30 tonight, the American Airlines Center in Dallas. It's the Magic, it's the Mavs, and we will be tuned in for that one. Well, we are just about ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Just want to let you know we are still standing by for that update from NASA. This is a live look inside Orion right now. Ahead of that, the news conference coming up at 3:30, where we're going to hear from NASA officials talking about the status of this mission. They did that burn last night to send them toward the moon. kind of no return at that point. That was a big decision there to send them toward the moon, and there's going to be another burn later today. I know NASA officials will talk about that in that news conference coming up in just a couple of minutes. So we're going to go ahead and take another break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Then instead of Weather Plus as normal at 3:30, we're going to come back and you will be with me for a few minutes while we wait on the start of this NASA news conference that we expect to begin any minute now, right after 3:30. So we'll be taking you with that up to 4 o'clock and the start of the 4:07, and then Fox 35 News at 5 after that. So keep it right here. We have much more to come on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. And we.
One of them.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, awaiting an update from NASA on the mission status of Artemis II. Here's a live look inside Orion. It's hearing some communications right now and getting this view, so let's go ahead and listen in.
Info, and also would be looking for the location of that fourth trash bag, just so we know where to restow things.
Okay, perfect. The uphill garments, so the comfort garments, we put into the Flight Day 1 clothing bags. So we basically just swapped the locations as we changed into our Flight Day 1 clothing, and we restowed it into the locker that they came out of. Additionally, into that locker, we have our mag trash. It is currently double Ziploc bagged, but it is not in an Orion trash bag. And we'd prefer to keep it that way because we have all 4 single Ziplocked mags with their odor absorption sheets in one big Ziploc, so the 4 of them together would not fit in an Orion trash bag.
Christina, we copy that location and that request. We're going to assess and let you know if anything needs to change.
Awesome, thanks. I don't know off the top of my head the location of the 4th trash bag, but as I'm putting away the others, I'll come across it and I'll update you with that.
Copy, sounds good.
Another question when you're ready.
Go.
For all of the packing packing material. This would include clamshells, bubble wrap, Ziplocs, and regular Ziplocs. We basically feel like our training was that we didn't necessarily need to keep the regular Ziplocs, but that it would be good to keep clamshells or any designated unique Ziplocs that are padded for restow. So wanted to double check this understanding and get any guidance if we should do it differently. But again, what we're doing is keeping clamshells, keeping any unique bubble wrap Ziplocs. We're keeping them.
Apologies to interrupt the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft, but if you are watching on NASA's YouTube, stay tuned. We are expecting our news conference to begin momentarily.
The Artemis II mission is a test mission of the Orion space capsule.
Artemis II will be the first time we put humans on this rocket.
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars.
We were always going to the moon.
Pushing ourselves to explore is just core to who we are. That's a part of being a human.
And liftoff. We shall return.
Continuing to test out every bit of Orion.
Coming back to Earth, 7 miles a second.
When humanity sets big goals, we can bring together genius from around the world.
You have the best people on planet Earth putting this vehicle together.
That's what's up. To innovate for the benefit of humanity and to inspire the world through discovery.
And here we go.
Good afternoon and welcome to NASA's Johnson Space Center for our Artemis mission status update. We are joined today by Lakeisha Hawkins, Deputy Director for NASA's Artemis program, Judd Freeling, Artemis II Flight Director, and Howard Hugh, Orion Program Manager. We'll be taking questions from here in the room and through our phone bridge, but before we kick that off, we will go ahead and start with opening remarks. Lakeisha, go ahead.
Thank you. And welcome to the third day of Artemis II. We appreciate the continued interest from around the world in the mission and in our crew. Since yesterday's trans-lunar injection burn to send the crew around the moon, the mission continues to perform well overall, and the crew is in great spirits. Currently, the crew is more than 100,000 miles from the Earth and about 150,000 miles to go away from the moon. Victor said that we call amazing things that humans do moonshots for a reason. And indeed, this is literally and symbolically our moonshot that we're in the middle of. It's great to get some very clear video and images of the crew yesterday, and the crew configured their cameras aboard Integrity, and we have some of the latest images to share with you. If you could call up the first image. This first one we got to the ground shows the unique vantage point of the crew as they look back at the Earth. It shows a backlit Earth revealing auroras as the crew heads towards the moon. It was taken by Reed Wiseman out of an Orion window, and it features two auroras, top right and left and bottom left, and zodiacal light, which is at the bottom right. It's visible as the Earth eclipses to sun. It's great to think that, with the exception of our four friends, all of us are represented in this image. You could call up the next image, please. This one shows Earth, as you can see, the Terminator line. And Reed also took this photo after translunar injection burn yesterday. What an amazing shot that he shared with us here. So we continue to learn all about our spacecraft as we operated in deep space with crew for the first time. And it's important to remind ourselves of that as we learn a little bit more day by day. So Judd, if you could talk a little bit more about details.
All right, thanks, Lakeisha. Let's see, so when we last left yesterday, after the translunar injection,
The crew did some press conferences with media. They did a detailed inspection of their windows. They also had planned medical conferences. And while they were sleeping, the ground did some looking at the crew module and service module, a survey to just see how the vehicle is doing from an external view. We also continued some OpComm passes, so the optical comm antenna that we have on board to downlink high-rate images. We were able to do that overnight. This morning when the crew woke up, they had their normal planning conferences, and then they were able to do their family conferences, so they were to talk to their family. And they also did another noise characterization of how loud the toilet was, so they performed that. We had planned today a trajectory correction burn for OTC-1 is what it's called, orbital trajectory correction. The systems are doing so well, navigation and propulsion systems together, that was not needed, so we'll roll that in to the next planned trajectory correction tomorrow. And I'll hand it over to Howard to talk any specifics on the Orion systems.
Thanks, Judd. Great to be here again. Let's see, our subsystems continue to perform very well. Everything is nominal and as expected, so really good to report that today to you. As Judd said, we did the translunar injection yesterday, and we get a chance to look at the data, and the propellant usage was within 5% of our predicted usage limits. So it was really good to see it go so well, and the performance for that 5 minutes, 50 seconds was outstanding. Let's see, across other subsystems, no issues relative to solar array and power generation. The air revitalization system is doing very well. We are scrubbing CO2 at very good, healthy levels. We're keeping the humidity in the right range. And the crew, obviously, you've seen, looks like they're enjoying their time in the cabin. And across various other subsystems, like I said earlier, we're performing as expected or better in some cases. Now, we are working through one issue with the SM prop in terms of pressurization. So we have helium that pressurizes the propellant tanks, basically pushes out the oxidizer and the fuel in order to make some of the major burns. And so we had to shut off, isolate one of the branches. We have redundant branches in the system, no emission impacts. This is why we build redundancy in the system. But we're evaluating that. We're looking at that. That's maybe something you heard on the loop relative to what we need to do to isolate this particular branch. The second branch is ready to go. And when I say no mission impacts, we're able to perform the rest of the burns across the mission without doing any regulation, what we call blowdown mode. In other words, there's enough helium pressure in the tanks itself that we can push out the oxidizer and the fuel without needing to regulate or require more helium from the helium tanks. So overall, our redundant capabilities are providing the coverage that we need as we move across the mission. Let's see. Yesterday also, I think somebody asked this question, but the crew was able to exercise. And I said yesterday, I think we talked a little about any performance implications on the guidance navigation control system and talked to our experts, and there were no implications on that. So performed as expected in terms of what we thought the forces that would get imparted when the crew does the flywheel, that we addressed that very clearly through our design. And I'm happy to see that performance held up very well. Let's see, I have, I guess, my own couple images that Lakeisha showed you some, and I have a couple of my favorites. So the first one is just awesome to see from our spaceship. Out the window, our beautiful home planet, the Earth. I believe Reed took this picture, and it just brings a lot of great emotion to me, and to see that picture being taken. I know there's a lot of other pictures that we're going to see that are just going to be outstanding and fantastic to be able to enjoy. And then the second one, I had not seen the crew in a while. I've obviously heard them, but to see them in the interview, I do believe that I think Jeremy is too comfortable that way. I'm not sure he's working that hard, so I'm going to have to check to see if he's doing anything more than just laying there on the side here. But great to see the crew, great to see their smiling faces, and hear them talk about their experience already so far. And I can't wait to talk to them when they land home back Earth. And I think that's it for me today.
All right, thank you. We will go ahead and start our Q&A session. If you're in the room, please raise your hand if you have any questions. And if you're on our phone bridge, please press *1. We'll start right here with Mark in the back.
Hey, hello, everyone. Good to see you all again. Mark Strassman with CBS. John, I want to ask you a question, if it's okay. You know, there are millions of Americans, unlike people in this room, who are just catching up with the fact that there's a moonshot going on this week. Who knew? So I want to just sort of scoot ahead to Monday's milestone, the lunar flyby. Why does it matter? What do you hope to get out of it?
So it matters because, you know, the whole point is to go back to the moon. The whole point of this mission is a campaign to get back to the moon. And the being able to see with human eyes the lunar surface is a huge milestone, right? And that just articulates the point, you know, that we're going back to the moon, we're going to stay there, right? And so this is the first step towards that. We'll obviously build upon that. We'll get eyes on the moon, kind of map it out, and then continue to go back and in force.
Yeah, I think maybe I'll go next. I think for us, I'll just touch or follow on what Judd said, which is the building blocks. You know, we're building a transportation system. And to have a reliable and robust transportation system, you need to test flight the transportation system. And I think that's really important. We've demonstrated on Artemis I with uncrewed capability. We've added a very important aspect of it, which is the crewed capability. And that crewed capability enables us to really understand how, when we have people in the cabin, how the systems operate. And adjustments we need to make. You hear a lot of these kinds of things that over the loop, you know, minor adjustments we need to do. Certainly engineering expertise and the design we put in has a certain understanding. But until you put people in the mix and you operate it and really understand what you need to do to operate in this kind of environment, you don't get that until you're in that environment. So I think that's really important.
Yeah, part of what we're doing is the technical aspects and what we are learning from taking ourselves around the moon. The other part, obviously, is what you talked about, which is capturing the imagination of people, right? And we have far more engagement than we had hoped to have, and we hope that it will increase as we continue to take further and further steps into this mission.
Okay, we'll take our next question here in the front, and then Eric next.
Hi, Mark Kirkman with NSF. This is probably for both Judd and Howard. I'm very fascinated, we just saw some imagery of the waste dump, and I'm very fascinated with the prediction of needing the correction burns versus what's going to be the reality. I was wondering, because there's so little available material on the subsystems, at least publicly available material, can you summarize the things other than the waste dump that would affect or perturb the trajectory? What vents off of this vehicle as opposed to what we know from shuttle like fest dumps and stuff like that? And were you surprised that you didn't need this burn? Are we tighter in the prediction is the reality tighter than the prediction was so far?
Yeah, so two parts to that question. First, so the major contributor to dispersions is what we call them, basically unplanned little tiny jets, are the carbon dioxide scrubbers. So they vent overboard, right? Vent the CO2 overboard. And so that's it's supposed to be a non-propulsive vent, but it has some propulsion to it, just like the urine vent has a little bit of propulsion to it. And so that causes minor trajectory deviations. Were we surprised that the orbiter correction or the trajectory correction was a no-burn? No, not at all. I mean, it's well within bounds. What happens really is we have a threshold by which if the required correction is low enough, that means that our fidelity on our lowest thrusting jets, our reaction control system, it's just not worth it, right? And so we'll just build up more errors and fix it on the next trajectory correction burn.
I think it's really good to see that we don't need these minor correction burns. It shows that our navigation performance and our ability to get ranging has been outstanding, and that these venting things, whether it's wastewater or the life support CO2 venting, doesn't cause the disturbances that are greater than what we would expect in terms of our performance. And I believe, I think we might have skipped maybe 2. I know we skipped 1 correction burn on Artemis I already. And so it's not unexpected. And so the flight control team gets an opportunity to determine when the delta V is very small, whether we actually need to execute that burn or not.
Okay, Eric, go ahead.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica. Yesterday, Howard, you made a comment about you wanted a little more humidity in the capsule, I think during the briefing, which as a Houston resident is always kind of funny to hear. But just now you mentioned that the humidity level was up and good. And maybe you could just talk about sort of the comfort in the cabin. I think there have been some questions about temperature. So kind of what temperature swings and what's the ambient temperature and sort of crew cabin comfort level?
Yeah, I'll let Judd start with crew cabin temperature, and I can follow up. Why don't we try that?
Yeah, so we had a cabin temperature that was in the mid 70s when we first got on orbit, and then we turned off some of the shell heaters, and the temperature dropped around about 65 degrees or so. And then we understood that the crew was not comfortable at 65 degrees. So we turned some of those shell heaters on. We lowered some cabin fan speeds to try to adjust that. And we've gotten up into the low 70s, mid 70s right now. And as far as humidity, I think Howard mentioned this yesterday, but the carbon dioxide scrubbers really actually want some, a good amount of humidity so that they work effectively.
Yeah, so I'll answer, we've got a lot of different kind of knobs to turn to enable the comfort level or temperature changes. For example, the pressure vessel heaters that Judd's talking about, we can go up to 85 degrees. We're not anywhere close to that yet. So that's one knob, and we have other things where we could slow down the coolant loop speed as well in terms of how we trade the heat or the coolant that's necessary to go in the cabin as well. So a lot of different options are available. And overall, keeping a steady state relative to humidity in the cabin allows us to make sure we get good readings also from the CO2 and the CO2 scrubbing associated with that humidity.
I do want to remind us, though, that this is a part of what we want to do. We want an opportunity to be able to exercise these knobs that Howard is referring to so that we have a good characterization of the system going forward. We understand the capability of the spacecraft and its systems. This is what we want.
Okay, we'll take our next question right here.
Thank you, Mark Carreau with Aviation Week in Space Technology. I wanted to refer back to the external survey you did with solar array cameras of the Orion and the service module, just to see if you saw anything initially of concern that would have been damage to the exteriors, or it looks good.
Yeah, I have not personally seen the photos from our survey. I did watch it a little bit on TV as well, but I have not heard anything that we're concerned about, Mark. I think we will continue to go to fine detail and look at the pictures. Our thermal protection system team is doing that right now, and they'll give me a report out tomorrow morning and show me anything that they found relative to any damage. But we don't see anything relative to the back shell panels or anything like that that would cause anything of concern based on a preliminary understanding.
Okay, Jackie, go ahead.
Hi, Jackie Waddles, CNN. Thanks for doing this. Quick question for Judd or Howard. I understand that during the latest communication with crew, they were talking about mopping up some kind of leak with towels. I'm not sure I understood exactly what was going on. I'd love some insight there. And then tomorrow, there's a couple of things on the schedule I'd love to hear more about with this manual piloting, test flight test objective, and a selfie moment. I'd love some insight into what's going on there. Thanks so much.
Sure. So mopping up water. So it's not uncommon for whenever they're filling drink bags for a little bit of water to come out. The particular incident I think that the crew was talking about likely was as we were filling the contingency water bags. whenever we had to fill them, there's a straw and a syringe, and you put a towel around it to make sure water didn't come out. There's also a feature of the potable water dispenser such that when you turn the valve off, it still dribbles out water for a little bit. So those are probably the couple of things that they're talking about. As far as tomorrow's objectives, manual piloting, so we're going to do 2 different modes. It's called 6 DOF and 3 DOF, 6 degrees of freedom and 3 degrees of freedom. It's different thruster modes of how much control that you have in all the axes and translation. So we're just it's another test objective of how the vehicle handles. And selfie, I think that's probably a selfie of the Orion vehicle with the cameras.
Yeah, very similar to what we did on Artemis I, where we had, I think, the biggest selfie stick in the world and allowed us to take all those beautiful pictures. We were originally intended to have those solar array cameras do the survey that Mark was referring to that we did today. But because we were performing so well that we were able to use one of the arrays as a selfie stick, and so that was terrific.
All right, we'll head to the phone bridge for a few questions. Our first question there is from Joseph Howlett with Scientific American.
Hi, Joseph Howlett here, Scientific American. I'm curious about how the crew is faring on board, how their spirits are. I was surprised that they only got to talk to their family now, and how did those conferences go?
Yeah, so we'll say a little bit about that. They are in great spirits, and they are really excited about the opportunity to be there and what's going on. Obviously, they've been very, very busy the first couple of days, especially leading up to translunar injection. But now that we've gotten through that, that's why there's been an opportunity for them to do things like have a conversation with their families. And in terms of the great things that are going on, they did get awakened this morning with a song called In a Daydream by the Freddie Jones Band. So there's a lot of fun things going on in addition to a lot of hard work.
Okay, our next question on the phone bridge is from Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Hey, I just had a couple of quick ones for Judd. Judd, I wanted to make sure I understood this lunar science observation period. So during that 6-hour period, that's when Orion's traveling around the far side of the moon for the entire stretch of that, or not? And do you know approximately when on Monday that 6-hour period begins, like in Eastern or Central Time? Thanks so much.
Yes, I can get that for you. As far as it's pretty much the entirety of that day we'll be able to see the moon, and so what we're doing is we're doing visual observations, taking camera shots of the moon and the like. As far as when we start it, it's going to be UTC of around 1830 UTC on the 6th. So subtract 5, that's 1330 Central Time, and it'll be going on for most all of that day, right? Because they'll be at their closest approach and pretty close thereabouts during that entire time.
Okay, we'll take one more question on the phone bridge and then back here in the room. Our next question is from Marcia Dunn with the Associated Press.
Oh, hi. Thanks for taking this. Probably for you, Judd. NOAA just issued a geomagnetic storm watch, G2, coronal mass ejection. I know you guys are watching this throughout the mission, but will this one, it doesn't seem to be too bad, but will the crew be doing any precautionary measures because of this? And same question from yesterday. What's the latest revised numbers for closest approach to the moon, all the numbers and distances? Thank you.
All right. Yes. So we do have our radiation specialists that monitor all of that stuff, and if any of the sunspot coronal mass ejections happen from the sun, if they get to be a concern, then obviously we have mitigations, radiation shelters we put up. We do not expect that from this one, but we are continually monitoring that. As far as the updated numbers, I've got in statute miles should be 252,757 statute miles at our furthest distance from the Earth.
You're not going to convert that to nautical miles?
I think Howard's got an app for that.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take our next question right here. Go ahead.
Hi, Lauren Grutch from Bloomberg. Thanks so much. I just wanted to go back to that helium issue you were talking about earlier. You said you isolated that one branch. Just wondering if there's any concern if the second branch that you're relying on now has a similar issue, or is that redundancy you mentioned earlier, would that kick in for this problem? And then I've just been listening to the loops, and it sounds like there have been various, I guess, sensor issues or issues that are cropping up that don't seem to be an issue, like there was a suspected cabin leak, caution alarms that were coming on but then turned out to be false alarms. I'm just curious if you're sensing any pattern with that, or is that just random glitches for a test flight like this?
Yeah, I'll start. Yeah, the other second branch on the oxidizer side is performing very well. No issues there. And so, again, that redundancy is there. And I said earlier, we do not need to regulate either on that line either for the rest of the burns. So I think both redundancy paths are in good shape. I would say, and I'll let Judd maybe talk some specifics. In general, Lakeisha said earlier, we're learning from this vehicle. And the caution warnings are based on, limits. And those limits are established jointly with the engineering team and the flight operations team. However, we have to operate in the environment. We have to, account for variations. And so I think sometimes we don't get it fully right. And when we don't, we correct it, and we'll make adjustments real time where we can. And if we need to, we'll make adjustments for the future as well once we get all the data. So I think all those things are part of the learning that we're doing, and certainly good to keep the team on their toes. And making sure that we're not only watching the systems very carefully, but we understand what the system is telling us, and we're adjusting based on what we understand from the data.
Yeah,
this NASA news conference continuing right now from Johnson Space Center in Houston. If you want to continue watching it, you can do so on our Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page. We are live streaming it there. Because we are wrapping up our coverage here at Fox 35 News Plus on Fox Local right now, because we're going to hand things off to the 407, which is starting in about 30 seconds from now. So thanks for joining.